special meeting is Capital Workforce Partners, North Central Region.
Thank you for coming. We had a very interesting meeting with these folks. We haven't had much experience with them previously, but Bob Casati had brought them to our attention, and so the assistant manager, myself, and the mayor met with them, and we really wanted to bring this forth to the town. We put it on our website, and I refer you to it. The Isnuntuck Training Program, for instance, is one of the programs they offer at no expense to those who participate, and they actually provide stipends, but they do much more than that, so we wanted to bring them here to explain it and let the council hear firsthand, and it'll be on YouTube, and we will also put it on the manager's Facebook, because these are great, great opportunities for people looking for further education or to diverse their job skills at no cost to them, with other assistance that really seems to be quite remarkable. So with that, I turn it over to you, Alex.
All right. Good, thank you, and Mayor, members of council, I really want to, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to the full range of supports and services available through Capital Workforce Partners. We're here tonight to really speak about opportunities for jobs, opportunities for job training, and how we provide the services and resources for residents of this community to access opportunities to get either a good job, a better job, or onto a career. So really excited at the opportunity to speak with you this evening. And I also just want to introduce two members of my team who have joined me this evening. I have Sandy Mackey, who is my Chief Program Officer. I have Mohammed Choki, who is our Business Service Representative. Collectively, we just want to represent the full array of supports that we provide to individuals looking for jobs within this community. Just starting, just to help you understand Capital Workforce Partners, as an organization, we're here to do two things. One is to ensure that individuals have the necessary skills and credentials to compete for middle-skill jobs. Middle-skill jobs are those jobs that require more than a high school diploma but less than a baccalaureate degree. But more importantly, those are the jobs that put individuals on a career path and really give them the wage and benefits necessary for individuals to have a life of self-sufficiency. So we really strive to ensure that individuals have those industry-recognized credentials, and also at the same time ensuring that we're meeting the needs of our business community, ensuring that we're training individuals not just for the sake of training, but ensuring that they're being trained for jobs that we clearly know are available within this economy. I just want to give you a little background on Capital Workforce Partners. Capital Workforce Partners is our regional workforce development organization. We support the 37-town region of the north central portion of Connecticut. We're primarily funded through federal legislation, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act legislation. It provides a variety of funding. It allows funding for individuals who are who have barriers to employment, individuals who have basic skills issues, other kinds of issues, just have challenges, need support. So we're able to provide support to individuals who just need, some skill training and need credentials to get a job. We also have resources to support young people in school as well as young people out of school. You may have heard the notion, the note of, Opportunity Youth. Those are young people who are normally between the ages of 18 and 24 out of school and out of work. So that is another key constituent group for us. And as an organization, we have 7 career centers, and I'll speak to those career centers later on in this presentation, but we also want to laser beam on the center that we have here in Enfield in partnership with Isnuntuck Community College. And as an organization, last year we've supported well over 12,000 individuals. We've supported over 1,000 businesses. And we engage businesses through what we refer to as regional sector-based partnerships, and I'll speak more about those partnerships. And also as an organization, we're responsible for working very closely with our chief elected officials, and that's why I'm happy to be here this evening to speak to you as elected officials. We work in partnership with the chief elected officials of our 37 municipalities in the North Central region. And as an organization, I just want to keep it simple in terms of what are those things that we do. And as an organization, those three categories of things that we do. First and foremost, as an organization, we're responsible for building and managing career centers. And we have a career center located here in Enfield, and we'll speak more to that. But it's our responsibility to not just build these career centers, but ensure that individuals have all of the supports and services and resources necessary for them to get the supports that they need to get the training to acquire a job. And at the same time, we're responsible for managing a number of other workforce development initiatives within our state. Most notably, you may have heard the Career Connects initiative. That's our Governor Lamont's signature workforce development initiative, where he has invested considerable dollars to ensure that any resident within the state of Connecticut who is in need of training and supports has access to those supports, irrespective of whether they meet other categorical eligibility requirements. And then thirdly, and equally important, we're responsible for working with our business community, ensuring that we are connected with them. We provide support in terms of counseling, we provide recruitment and training events, and we're also supporting them through our sector-based partnerships. Also on this slide, it speaks to our priority populations. As I noted earlier, young people who are in school, young people who are out of school, returning citizens, individuals with disabilities, low literate adults, low income individuals. They're all categorically eligible, and we receive special resources for that. But I just want to stress that you do not need to be in one of those groups in order to access our services. Our services are available to all Connecticut residents who are in need of support, particularly supports to enable them to compete for jobs. And as I mentioned earlier, as an organization, we have a responsibility for ensuring that not only do we provide and understand what industry needs, but also ensuring that we are ensuring that those needs are met in terms of providing adequate training to individuals so they get the industry recognized credentials that they need to ensure that there's a seamless connection between training and placement into a good job. And in order for us to ensure that that is the system that we're building and ensuring that's the reality of what we're doing, we have, 4 sector-based partnerships that we support at Capital Workforce Partners. These sector-based partnerships are those, areas in our economy that have substantial need, are demonstrating substantial growth, but also are those sectors that provide opportunities for individuals to get a good job and get on the career path. So as you noted on the slide here, healthcare, we have a sectorial partnership where we're working closely with the healthcare community, ensuring that we understand what their needs are and how best to meet those needs. We also have formed an IT sector partnership working with IT companies in our region. And most notably within that sector work, we're also working with them to understand and break down some of the barriers that individuals face when they're applying for jobs in IT, particularly this notion that you have to have a baccalaureate degree in order to be eligible for IT. So we really have adopted this notion of what we refer to as skills-based hiring, where we're working with the companies to ensure that individuals have the skills, have the certificates, and not necessarily the prerequisite of a baccalaureate degree. So we're really making strides in terms of enabling individuals who do not have baccalaureate degrees to have access to careers within the IT sector. And then also with transportation, distribution, and logistics, that's another key sector, and we're providing a lot of support, particularly around CDL training. As you all know, between bus drivers and school bus drivers, there's a desperate need for CDL individuals, and we have a very aggressive program supporting that need. And then also advanced manufacturing. That is a key sector for our state, and we're supporting another group of employers representing the advanced manufacturing sector. So we're ensuring that we are knowledgeable, that we are aligned to their needs, and ensuring that our training meets the needs of employers. Because as I said, we're, as an organization, we're here to ensure that individuals are getting access to good jobs. And in addition to the services that I noted earlier in terms of the funding we received through the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, we also have a full range of other programs, and I've just listed them on this slide. You know, we manage the state's Jobs First Employment Program, supporting individuals who are on public assistance, helping them get the skills to transition themselves from welfare to work. We have targeted resources to train individuals in IT and manufacturing. We have a special program that's referred to as the Mortgage Job Training Program, where if individuals who are behind on their mortgages are automatically eligible, and we work with them, both with their financial institutions, but also work with them to ensure that they're upskilling themselves or getting employed so that they can meet their mortgage obligations. You know, we have our Second Chance program, which is designed specifically for returning citizens, multi-gen, our Career Connects program, as I mentioned. So we have a variety of programs, including our Summer Youth Employment and Learning Program. We manage the largest summer jobs program within the state, and we want to continue to ensure that young people have access, as well as our year-round program. So we have a full spectrum of programs that individuals who are in need of supports will figure out a way to help them along that journey. And as I mentioned, you know, this is a chart that speaks to our service region, and it speaks to the 7 centers that we have within our larger region. You know, we obviously have, you know, 2 in Hartford, one within Hartford, one located within the library. We also have centers in New Britain, Manchester, East Hartford, as well as Bristol. And then equally important, we have one in here in Enfield. And we want to, you know, I just wanted to give you like an overview of what CWP is as an organization. I will transition this presentation to Sandy Mackey, who will help you understand, and those who are in attendance, help them understand, you know, what to expect when you come into our center. What can you expect? What are the service offerings, and how best can an individual access the supports that we provide? So I'd like to transition this to Sandy. Thank you.
Thank you, President Johnson. Thank you for having me. We are here to talk about the American Job Centers, and I will endeavor to keep it brief because prior to working at CWP, I was actually the director for the American Job Centers in the North Central region. So this is one of my favorite things to talk about. And we'll start with access. So the great thing about the one-stop system that we've created is really that there's no wrong way in. So no wrong door, if you will. That's a phrase that we use often. You can walk into any one of our 7 American Job Centers during operating hours, and someone will sit and speak with you and work with you. You can also connect with us through the Career Connect portal that we mentioned earlier. When you register and get onto that site, you are automatically connected to a member of our team. You can also call the call center, and we provided that number at the end of this presentation for you. And that's going to also, it's operational, staffed by live agents Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. And you can also leave a message at any hour, any day of the week, and someone will always get back to you. And you can also access the live chat. We have a bot, right, a robot, but also a person that's attached to our website at Capital Workforce Partners. And the beauty of accessing in any one of these ways is really that when you're speaking to someone, you're not just talking to that one person on the line. When you walk into the Enfield AJC at Esnuntuck, you're not just connected to that one AJC. You are plugging into the network of 80 or so workforce development professionals in the North Central region, and the breadth of all the programs and services that we as a system have to offer. So that's really important to know when you're thinking about connecting with the AJC. This right here is a photo of our Enfield American Job Center. So it's right there on the first floor, tucked in the back. And it's an excellent place to be and an excellent partnership we've developed with Esnuntuck. We try and partner with their career counselors and their career services division as well. So we're really supporting as holistically as we can. And these are some of the smiling faces. So our team is comprised of workforce experts. We have certified resume writers. We have people who will teach you digital literacy skills. We have career advisors and case managers who are there to see you through your entire journey from A to Z. We also have business service representatives on that team that work directly with the businesses, identifying placements and opportunities for internships and permanent employment for anyone who walks through our site. So it's really a full, again, team approach, the entire network that you have behind you when you connect with an American Job Center. So zooming in a little more about what we actually do, right, to give you a sense of what happens when you do connect with the AJC. Whether you are a young adult and you're entering the workforce for the first time and you need to upskill, you have a high school diploma or you don't, you're transitioning careers, perhaps you were laid off, you're interested in exploring something new, or you want a better opportunity, better wages, whether you're a veteran, a person with disabilities, anyone, really, anyone who walks through our doors, we endeavor to meet them exactly where they are and support them however we can. When you connect, you're going to speak first with someone who's going to try and assess what your goals and needs are. They're going to have a conversation to try and understand what you're looking for, and then immediately refer you to the best programs and services that are suited for you. And our most comprehensive services under WIOA that we offer are really designed to be full wraparound programming support. The beauty of that program is you are connected with a one-on-one case manager and career advisor who is going to sit with you and create an individualized employment plan that runs the gamut from A to Z of your needs. And we know that that is often inclusive of barriers or challenges that you may have in accessing that job that you want. We also know that you can't really start searching for a job or think about employment or applications unless you have some of your basic needs met. If you're struggling with rent, if you're struggling with transportation, you don't have a car, or you need childcare because you need a safe space for your children while you participate in training or skill building or what have you, our team creates a plan that is designed to address whatever you need, whether it takes you, 2 to 3 months or 1+ years. That's the beauty of what we offer. And at the AJC, you also have computer labs at all of our larger sites have a computer lab that job seekers can access to go to do job search, to work on their resume, but also to get things like a Microsoft credential, to learn maybe how to even use a computer. We all can use smartphones, but we have a digital literacy gap, and we endeavor to help that as well. So we have professionals that sit in that online learning center. And of course, training, as Alex was talking about, we offer 100% tuition assistance for the training programs that are listed in our eligible training provider list. And that is a very long list that you can access on CT Hires. But really, all of those training programs, they span probably 6-8 weeks at the minimum, and no more than 24-ish weeks, right? So it's short-term, targeted, credential-based training that you engage in with the support, again, of this team, of that career advisor, of that case manager who walks you through the entire process. And all of those trainings are aligned, again, to the high-demand sectors and to the careers, really, right? The better jobs, the good jobs that we want to see people taking once they get through the services in our system. And then once you land the job, after all of that really hard work and team effort by our team sticks with you. So there is a period of time that we continue to follow up just to check in to see how you're doing, to make sure that you are retaining that job. And sometimes all that's needed is kind of an encouraging word of, great job and keep going. And sometimes people need a little help counseling with how to talk to HR or how to navigate their paycheck or whatever it may be. Our team is designed to kind of follow up with that as well. So we mentioned a little bit about training, and we brought some flyers here that we're happy to leave. But we are offering actually right here at Asnuntuck a series of manufacturing trainings. There are still 3 courses that are coming up. The first one I think has already started. But this QR code will take you directly to this training page information. And manufacturing is an excellent industry, and if you're not familiar with manufacturing, it looks very different now than it did 10, even 5 years ago. It's an exciting, lucrative career opportunity. So even if we have people who are interested in exploring what manufacturing looks like, we encourage you to get connected, to call the call center, walk into an AJC, and find out a little bit more, because if this training program isn't for you, there's a ton more where that came from, and we're really invested in finding the right opportunity for you. We also have healthcare training that's available, some virtual, some in person, in all of these different fields. And like most all of our programs, these training programs come with the support of a career advisor. Some of them come with stipends, they come with transportation assistance, and kind of all those wraparounds that you may need to successfully make it through training and then land that job. We are doing CDL training, which is very popular in this region, and we know that our employers, through our Transportation Distribution and Logistics, RSP, are hungry for people, for drivers, and this is a place where you can make $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 annually, and these programs offer training, CDL-A and CDL-B licensure, again with the stipends and some of the wraparound supports. And I'll end with IT training. Again, we have all these flyers here, and connecting to any of these QR codes in any of our ways will get you plugged in. IT training we're offering in these four courses: IT support, web developer for entry-level roles into IT, and then for people who maybe already have some experience, some groundwork, some understanding of IT, we have info security and network cloud maintenance, and we're gearing up to offer some more training in the coming year as well. These are all virtual. And as part of the virtual training that we're offering, we also offer laptops for folks, because we know that sometimes that's a barrier, right? We are seeking to eliminate any barrier that you may have in your pursuit of your career. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mohammed for a little bit about how we support business.
Thank you, Sandy. Okay, so my name is Mohammed Chowki. Thank you for the opportunity. And we have two teams. Of course, human capital remains the most important asset for any business, regardless of time, at least in the meantime, until AI takes over completely. But we have a team dedicated as business service consultants at both the American Job Center, and those are our colleagues. Tied by the hip, we work together to help address the business needs in our community. But we also have business partnership coordinators at CWP dedicated to the sectors that are critical to the regional economy. As Alex mentioned, manufacturing, IT, healthcare, transportation, distribution, and logistics, all those sectors are critical to this economy in this region, and we have dedicated staff for it. I personally work in the transportation, distribution, logistics. That's the sector I dedicate most of my time to. And we try to help business offset costs, basically, by getting the support that they need to reach their ultimate goal and have a healthy business in this region. We also have a group of North Central Region sector business-facing professionals from various partners. And basically, the common goal is to help businesses meet the needs that they have. These are partners from Department of Labor, Adult Education, community colleges, and the common goal is to come together and help the business. I know we often say in workforce development, the most common challenge is too many programs. Too many programs, that's the most common feedback we get from businesses. But who helps them navigate these programs? This is the team at CWP. This is the team at the American Job Center that can help them navigate all these programs. And we promise them not to have a very tough experience with us. There's a lot of resources at no cost. Some of them, for example, as you see on the slide here, CT Hires. This is the state job bank where companies can register, post the jobs that they have open at no cost to them. We recommend them to do that just because it gets a lot of visibility. It gets a lot of job seekers that come into our centers to register, upload their resume, and this gives us the chance to also push this through our various partners and various distribution channels. I mentioned here recruitment assistance, and I'll probably take a deeper dive on that in the next slide. There's also on-the-job training possibilities for a lot of businesses in this region. This is a program that helps the business offset training costs on new hires. It is understandable that someone that joins a company may not have the experience. And the company is often hesitating, well, is it going to work? Is it not? This is a support that is offered to help offset cost, at least until the candidate, the new hire, addresses, learns the job for the first 5-6 months. All these services, we notice that a lot of businesses don't know about them. I often hear Capital Workforce Partners, best kept secret in town. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but we want to make sure that we are known to the businesses in this region. There's also incumbent worker training, and this is a program that helps current staff at certain companies in certain industries upskill and move to the next position. That way it gives room for new talent to join that company. And there's also an incentive associated with that. It is very important to me and to my team that we make sure that companies of all sizes have access to these resources. They say that there is an average about $5,000 for any hire to take place. That's how much time an HR staff, if maybe more money than that, to bring someone on board. We serve as an extension to that HR team. The employer makes that final say, and this is at no cost to them. So all the screening, all the marketing of these positions, all the job matching, all the posting we can help with, this saves the HR teams around town a lot of cost. And we do that at both the American Job Center and at Capital Workforce Partners. What does this do? It offers the efficiency and hire, like I mentioned. It does give better retention and the connection to various programs, like I mentioned a moment ago. There's a lot of programs. The good news is there's a lot of programs and services. The bad news is there are so many programs and services, but we try to help the employers navigate these programs. One of the bullets earlier was talking about recruitment events, and this is something that we are very happy because we do on a regular basis. If there's any takeaway from COVID, what we learned is that we can definitely shrink the physical space, be there with the people virtually, and make people comfortable with technology, log in anywhere to interview from the comfort of their own home. And we even help them, as Sandy mentioned, at the American Job Center, know how to handle such interviews, but bring the employer and the job seeker much quicker. There's also event promotion. One thing that I'm dedicated to that we do more and more is employer spotlights. We offer the employers in this region the chance to come online virtually or in person and talk to the community. Sometimes they just need the opportunity to promote their company and talk about the opportunities that they have available. So a lot of resources. This is actually a picture of our last recruitment event that we had, in-person recruitment event that we had at the Yard Goat Stadium in Hartford, where we had a lot of companies. This was dedicated to transportation, distribution, logistics. This was the first of its kind to have in this region. And we want to make sure that, based on the feedback of employers, to make this an annual thing. I know we're working with the town of Enfield to plan for something in March, and we're very excited about that. We would like for the business community and the job seeker community to come together for employment chances. Okay, so this was the last slide, actually, and this is a way to connect with us through the number 860-406-3374, or using the QR code to connect to our websites. Thank you very much. I'll pass it down to Alex.
Yes, and in closing, again, Mayor, members of council, again, want to thank you for this time this evening. As we've mentioned, we believe that the word and the resources and the message of what Capital Workforce Partners has available, and not only just for our job seeker community, but our business community, we want to continue to elevate the awareness, elevate opportunities for individuals to take advantage of these resources. When we're really looking forward to a continual, stronger relationship with Enfield and ensuring that we're able to provide these resources to individuals on the ground. So again, thank you for this opportunity, and we'll respond to any questions if you have any. But again, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to thank you all for coming out. Definitely want to thank Councilman Crissati for bringing this to our attention. And I will say it again, it's the best kept secret. I do know several people who have gone through your programs, and it's a huge success story. So I think us as a town, we need to help get your word out and help get some residents of Enfield the free training that you're offering. It's a great program. Councilman Crisati.
Yeah. First of all, Alex, Sandy, and Mohammed, good to see you again, and thanks for coming into Enfield. The last time that we had met prior to our meeting that we had last week, the conversations that we had over at Advanced Auto during the National Disabilities Program and the simulated training area off Moody Road that's offered by Advanced Auto, and our conversations that we had, I had to have you come in front of the council finally to promote your program, to promote what's going on over at Asduntuck Community College, and make the community aware of fantastic help that you offer to the residents of the surrounding towns and areas. So we are going to be, planning, in March for a job fair, which I think will be great for this area, considering we have manufacturing, we have, distribution centers that we have here in town. And the connections that we can make, I think, is going to be great, not only for Enfield, but in our surrounding towns in the area here. But we will continue to promote this. And once again, thanks for coming in, sharing, and it's always great to see all three of you. Thanks.
Councilman Sakala.
Just very briefly, not only was that, I think, informative for us up here, I think it would be highly informative for the public as well. So if we could get this, if possible, presentation on our website, if it's not already on there with sort of the links, because I think the QR codes are really helpful as well, that would be wonderful.
Thank you, and
Thank
that's
you
why we
very
had them
much.
upstairs so we could record it and then put it out tomorrow. And we look forward, Alex, and to your team to working with you towards that job fair in March. And I think this is a great event this evening to promote that, and we'll do our best to make it a success as well. But thank you so much for coming out on this wintry evening.
Good. Pleasure. It's our
Thank you.
pleasure, and we're looking forward to continuing to build our relationship. So again, thank you.
Councilman Ludwig.
Again, thank you for coming. Two questions. So if
no
someone, you
problem.
mentioned CDL, so if someone wants to go get their CDL license, would they, just curious how how you would help them, and do you help with job placement? And or, again, I know we have a New England tractor trailer school around. Just curious if someone's looking, again, I'll just use a specific CDL. How would you, so if they walked into your over at Asduntuck, basically what would be the process?
Yeah, if they walked into Asduntuck, they would meet with someone. Yeah, they'd meet with someone, probably the customer service rep at the door, who would ask them kind of what sort of programming they're looking for. So we have a couple of different funding sources that will support CDL training. So depending on the location, which school you want to be at, hours of night that you can train, daytime hours, etc., they'll ask several questions to match you with the best program available, and then they'll walk through the process of enrolling in that program. And that program comes with the free CDL training, and all of our programs, the goal is employment for us, right? So it's not just get the free training, it's the end, it's the career.
Is the funding dependent on getting job placement, or?
A lot of our funding, the targets are, yes. A lot
so
of the grant
so
requirements
curious, what
are
is your
jobs.
job placement rate? Just curious.
Right now, we're required to place 80% of the people we
That's
support
great.
into jobs.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you mentioned, thank you, and you mentioned Second Chance Program. Could you explain that?
Yeah, we have a program that's designed to support individuals who are returning to the community, and it provides everything from a boot camp around work readiness training. We also have a number of sectors that we provide training in: manufacturing, culinary, and construction. So they would be based on their needs and their interests. They would have an opportunity to get a industry recognized credential in one of those areas, and then we support their efforts to get placed, and then we support them while they're placed to ensure that they retain that job.
And they could just walk in to
And they could just walk
Yep.
into our centers, and we can triage them accordingly.
That's great. It sounds like a great program. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
And that's a very successful program. We have a 90% retention, job placement retention rate as well. Yes, yes.
All right, thank you. Councilman Sakala, I agree with her, and we said it at the last meeting. Getting the exposure out there and people aware of these programs is huge. So thank you for all you do.
Yeah. And we're looking forward to working with you for our event in March.
Okay, great. Have a great night. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you all. And it's okay to leave these? That's okay. Okay.
Okay, moving on, I'd like to call the regular meeting of January 22nd, 2024 to order. And can we all stand for a prayer by Councilman Hendrickson?
God of peace, we invite you to preside over this meeting. Even if we have different opinions, give us unity of spirit. Help us to each listen politely as others share their points of view. Help us to work as a unified team in combining ideas for a great outcome. Help us to work as a whole rather than as individuals trying to promote their own agendas. May we have a spirit of camaraderie in this room and work together on our shared mission. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, can I get roll call, please?
Counselor Hendrickson.
Here.
Counselor Ludwig.
Here.
Counselor Mangini.
Here.
Counselor Nasuda.
Here.
Mayor Nelson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
Here.
Counselor Santinella.
Here.
Counselor Ungary.
Here.
Counselor Sakala.
Here.
Counselor Crissati.
Here.
Counselor Finger. Here. 11 members present, none absent.
Thank you. In the event of a fire or an emergency, there are two means of exits out of the council chambers. Exit out the rear doors and walk a safe distance away from the building, or exit through the side doors, go down one flight of stairs and out the door, and also walk a safe distance away from the building. Moving on, can I get a motion for the minutes for the special meeting of January 8th, 2024?
So moved. Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Are there any comments, corrections, or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's unanimous. And now the regular meeting of January 8th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any comments, corrections, or concerns?
Mayor, I just had
Councilman Hendrickson.
one correction on page 8. It lists the interim town attorney as Bruce Tyler.
Okay, if we can adjust that in the minutes to reflect it's Tom Tyler. Okay, any other comments, corrections, or concerns? Motion to approve as amended. All in favor? Opposed? It's unanimous. Okay, now we're going to move on to special guest, Donald Nunes, Director of Public Works.
And John Wilcox, our Director of Finance, he could come up too because a large component of this is financial. Mayor and councilors, I am happy to have these two individuals here this evening on these two issues because they are very pressing. We're coming into the budget season, and the council has indicated they would like to be talking about budgetary issues and capital improvement programs sooner than later. So in the last couple of months, I've heard a lot about roofs, which we take for granted because they're over our head until they leak, and the sewer system, which is under our feet and invisible until it doesn't work. So these are two very daunting challenges that face the town, and I think this will be a sobering presentation so that we can get direction from the council going forward as to what the priorities are, the funding sources, and what we're going to do in the budget this coming year. With that, Donald Nunes, Director of Public Works, has prepared two presentations. Donald?
Hi. Good evening. Donald Nunes, Director of Public Works.
John Wilcox, Director of Finance.
Okay, everyone. So we're going to talk about where we are with the status of our roofs 2021 referendum. To refresh everybody's memories, the town approved $13.6 million investment in the roofs through referendum. Out of that 13.6, it is estimated that 5.8 will return through state reimbursements. In accomplishing that $13.6 million, we're going to be replacing approximately 406,000 square feet of roof over both Town of Enfield projects and Board of Ed properties, over 5 years. And this will position the town to invest for future roof replacements going forward. So to arrive at those numbers, we did an exhaustive inventory of all of our roofs in town. And one of the more pressing issues are the age of our roofs. If you can see, some of our roofs in our older sections were in 20 to 25, 30, and it gets, most of them are overdue. We have certain sections of roofs which we did over for Whitney and for Hazardville where they're only a year old, and at Barnard they're 5, but other ones are still in the 20s and 30s and are just showing an aging infrastructure for our roofs. So after that initial inventory, we came up with a plan that was presented to the residents, and we were going to originally phase Parkman and Stowe because there are certain sections of the roof that weren't, we call, aged out. Only roofs after the over 20 years old are eligible for reimbursement. So what we did, we put them off, those other sections, in the off years originally, just so they can age out and we can get reimbursement for them. Because if we did these roofs in 2021, the ones that for Enfield Street, Parkman, and Stowe, we wouldn't get reimbursed on those sections. So we waited. So then we adjusted the strategy after to make sure that every bit of those roofs that we can get reimbursement for. This is the new schedule that we came up with, where the public safety complex was in 22, Alcorn in 23, Parkman, Crandall in 24, then the annex Stowe and Enfield Street in 25. Mostly, as you can tell, all of these roofs are, except for Parkman, are in poor condition, and also Enfield Street's in fair, but still there are a large portion of it, and these sections here really amount to a considerable amount of the remaining part of the referendum of the $13 million. So again, we delayed Parkman and Stowe originally to make sure that all the roof sections reach 20 years old for reimbursement. Alcorn, 11% of that roof, because the Board of Ed resides on the second floor, will be eligible for state reimbursement, which is 11% more than I was originally thinking. So Fred Gerber did do a lot of work with the state and our consultant to at least get 11% of it back. The other interesting thing we found is that HB Stowe is not qualified for reimbursement because it is only pre-K. Only kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible. Similarly, at the annex with adult education, that does not count either, because again, it is only kindergarten through 12th grade that are eligible for state reimbursement. So now, our current timeline of all of the projects that we're engaging in. So Alcorn will be going in hopefully June of 2024. We're almost ready to go out to bid right now. The public safety complex was put on hold. Parkman is on hold. Crandall's on hold. Annex, we're going to be going out for design once Alcorn is done. Stowe is on hold. Enfield Street is on hold. And the Central Library is actually moved up from the continuation list because of the number of problems we've had in the back, in the southern section of the building. We've had perpetual leaks, and we've just been fighting and chasing, and we're at a point now where we moved it up for full replacement instead of spending the money on the constant repairs. Now, the reason why, again, our current time, Alcorn is going in June, design for the annex after Alcorn, Central Library is going to be this summer, and again, the public safety complex on hold, but we can accelerate it at the town council's direction. And the reason why is because the public safety complex was put on hold because of the whole entire referendum project, but getting the rest of the funding to do EMS and the public safety. So that was going to be all coupled together as one. But we could easily move that forward and progress forward if council desires. But some of the school modernization plan ramifications, this is why those other buildings on Let me go back. This is why Parkman, Crandall, Stowe, and Enfield Street are on hold right now. So Crandall is a potential site for demolition, but the existing building is slated to be used for about the next 10 years. So do we replace it now, or do we wait for it to be demolished? And if we do demolish the building, after spending, let's say, 10 years, we're going to owe, and we get reimbursed for it, we're going to be back to the same thing as we were before with like Hale. We have to wait for those 20 years to end, or we wind up paying back money to the state for the reimbursement. We could replace the roof at Enfield Street School if it was confirmed that the Eagle Academy was going to go into that building. But if it's not going to be repurposed into a school, it would not be eligible for reimbursement as well. As it currently sits, Stowe is a possible site for a new elementary school according to the current modernization plan, but a new roof installed would also be demolished within 5 to 10 years. Again, putting the reimbursement that we received, we'd have to pay it back on a prorated basis to the state. ECDC could move into Parkman as currently thought of in the modernization plan, but if the Stowe building is constructed, Parkman no longer used as a school, the town would have to pay back the money for that again. So we could be on the hook for paying back millions and millions of dollars, and this is where that school modernization, the direction from council, the direction of that going in really has a profound impact on where the scheduling is and what we've been doing regarding the roofs to 2021. So are we behind? Alcorn roof is going to be scheduled to be replaced in 24. It was scheduled in late 23, so we're not behind with that. The annex roof is supposed to be in 2024, 25. We're right on track with that. All school roofs are on hold, again, pending the proposed school modernization plan. And the public safety complex is on hold pending the referendum project. So in conclusion, are we behind? We're not behind. DPW stands ready to advance any of the roof projects with the direction from the town council because of the complicated nature of the school modernization project that was presented. And just to show you what we've done recently, outside of the roof referendum, Barnard in 2019 was a partial replacement. We got 54,700 square feet. And we received $818,000 back in reimbursement. Whitney, we did in 22, and that was 48,180 square feet. And we received over $7,200 right now, and we're waiting for an additional 361. Memorial, we did 45,000. We've received enhanced 738,000, and we're waiting on an additional 326. The DPW salt shed, full replacement was completed in January of 2024 in 3 days by a very incredible staff of roofers that came in 3 days, start to finish, we're done with that massive roof that we have. And the dog pound / animal control building, we rebuilt all the outdoor cage areas that covers them, and we replaced everything there, and that was all the roof decking and roof materials, and that job is also completed. So what do we have remaining for work from those other recent projects? We still have 16,491 square feet at Barnard, 19,000 plus at Whitney, and 10,000 plus at Memorial. Now these are like the gyms and the other areas. When you look on the aerials, you'll see brand new white roof, and you see two darker gray black sections. Those black sections those are the ones that didn't age yet to get over the 20-year mark. Those are the ones we still have to go back and finish on those three schools right there. So our DPW recommends Alcorn and Enfield Annex continue on track with our schedule. Public safety complex, again, we're on hold, but again, with town council direction, DPW can we can continue as planned, remove this building from the plan, or make this a top priority. It is completely up to council, and we'll look for that direction after. School modernization, a plan needs to be decided, and once that plan of action is, we will proceed accordingly with the buildings and whatever has to be repurposed, and we have a swing school space, whatever it takes, we will work on that along as a plan has been decided on. And Barnard, Whitney, and Hazardville, as we just talked, we need to finish off the rest of those roofs, and that's going to be about $1.5 million. And so with that, that is where we currently are with roofs.
Councilman Mangini.
Thank you for your presentation. With the money that we're expecting from reimbursement from the state, will any of that, or is any of that projected to be applied to any of these roof repairs or replacements?
Yes, all of it is.
All of it, okay.
Yes, when we did the roof referendum, we calculated in an amount and we reduced the bonding according to what we expected to receive from the state.
Are we projected to possibly go back out to referendum once the school modernization plan is complete?
I don't believe that's been discussed yet,
Okay.
so I don't know for sure on that.
So we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. All right, thank you.
Councilman Sakala.
Thank you. I know this is something that Joint Facilities has been working on over the years, when Marie and Bob and all of us were on it. And now, through the mayor, I know Jim and I have talked, or Jim asked if we could have a meeting so we could really figure out exactly what's happening and what the direction of Joint Facilities should be. So, through the mayor to the town manager, I know Jim would like to have that meeting, and I know Doug is on that committee as well. So there's a lot of moving parts, and Joint Facilities has tried to figure out what to do over the last 2 years, but knowing all of the complicated pieces, you don't want to start a roof knowing that you may yank down the building or use it for a different use and not get reimbursement. So I think having that meeting, and I know we tried to set it up, so if we could have that scheduled sooner rather than later, I think it would be very helpful.
All set? Councilman Ludwig.
So does the same apply for Hazardville, Henry Barnard, and Eli Whitney? Because we did get state so if we decide to knock or destroy one of those buildings, we still owe that money, some of that money back, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Even though we didn't do it by referendum, right?
We didn't do it by referendum,
we
but
did
we
it.
still received reimbursement from the state.
So I don't know, John. So legal question: the voters approved a referendum for certain buildings. Can we legally pick and choose which ones we're going to do? The voters approved the 13 million for whatever the 10 buildings it was. But I'm sorry for 8 or 9. How do we pick and choose which ones we're going to do if the voters approve the money for all 10?
The main ones that were on the slide, but let me return to it. Right there. There's also the continuation list that was approved by the voters. It's just like we do with roads. We do have a whole other set that we can pick from if things change or for however things move around, shake around. So as long as that continuation list listed the library on it, which it does, then we are able to do that.
That I understand, but I'm saying so right now the list you have here. Say if we don't do Parkman, we don't do HB Stowe, and we don't do Enfield Street. Again, the voters approved for those buildings, and yet we're not going to do them. Which again, I understand there's other things going on, and same for the safety complex in another vein. The voters voted for that, for the new complex, and yet, again, this gets, in my opinion, legally, this gets very dicey. We're picking and choosing, and I understand it's not your problem. I'm saying as a policy, because the voters went out and they voted. In my opinion, that's a binding contract. They voted for whatever was on the that referendum at that time. I'm not questioning you guys. I'm saying, as a matter of policy, I don't see how we can pick and choose which ones we're going to do and which ones we're not, because we may have a future referendum, and whatever that referendum may be, that's fine. But how does the voter have any confidence that what they vote for we're going to implement? And that's not a question for you. I'm saying as a general policy question. And is it legal from the bond council? I mean, we're going out to get bonds for $13 million for certain buildings. We're saying we're only going to do X because we may do Y. How is that legal? I'm sorry, I don't see how that's legal.
Well, I think the question appropriately is for bond counsel.
Yeah.
So through you asking me that, we'll reach out to them tomorrow and we'll proposed the question.
I think it has to mean, at the very least, we have to, in detail, explain to the voter exactly what we're doing. I'm not questioning you two. I'm just saying as a body, as a policy matter.
Right.
And,
This is for the update and to
Right.
decide priority. And then if you decide something that you or we feel might be outside the parameters, I couldn't agree more. It is a contract with the voters when you do a referendum. You've got to stay within the letter and the spirit of the referendum. So however much you want to change or divert from that, we'll get legal counsel to give us guidance so we don't run afoul of the law or the trust of the voters.
I don't know what's the estimate. So if we decided the buildings, if we go to another referendum and we knock down 4 or 5 buildings that have already been done, do we have an estimate of how much we have to pay the state back? My guess would be pretty significant.
Well, I think, again, like with Hale, we had we started off at 20 years and it was a
Right.
declining schedule.
Right.
And I think that's pretty much.
So John, too, but again, sorry, some of those schools also, the voters voted back in 2004, I believe. So I'm dating myself here, for new libraries and new gyms. If we knock down those buildings, or do we have to pay that back, or is it already taken account?
I believe most of those have all been aged out as
Aged
of
out?
now.
Okay.
Right. So any bonding on anything like that has all been done.
And I know I've asked this, whatever we decide to do, we have to be clear to the vote. Again, we did this analysis 6 years ago where we were dangerously close to reaching bonding limits, where we were going to lose our bonding rating, which again, then basically, people have talked about our debt. This basically now increases our debt significantly. We have to have those answers before, in my opinion, anything we do, because if we take on more debt, we got to be clear to the voter that we can afford it, and if we can't, if they vote for something and now it hits our bond rating and now we go up $1 million in debt service alone because we have too much debt, that's got to be spelled out, again, if we're going to go through this process, which I think we should, because again, in my opinion, this is really messy now. I mean, we have 2 referendums, and it's not your fault. I'm just making a general statement. So you guys are just doing a message. But 2 referendums, we may have not done some work, and I mean, from a council, we got to have a clear vision here what we're doing. Because if I'm a voter, how would I go? I don't care if I support the project or not. We haven't as a council started the 2 other projects that they voted for. And so I appreciate your presentation, I really do, because I think this needs to be as clear as possible if we think we're going to get anyone to vote for another referendum. That's just my opinion. But thank you very much for bringing this up.
Thank you, Councilman Ludwig. Okay, let's move on to pump stations.
Our favorite topic. It's one of council's favorite topics is WPC. So, all right, just kind of an overview again. Most of you saw this the other day, but again, we are a 10 million gallon per day facility with 16 lift stations. Now, the sole purpose of those lift stations is to take the sewage that gravity flows to a low point. Then we take that sewage and pump it uphill to a place where then it can then go back to gravity, either 500 feet away, 1,000 feet, or up to 4,400 feet away. So that is the sole purpose of a lift station, is again, take the sewage from a low point and pump it to a high point. And with that, we have, again, 240 plus miles of sewer infrastructure. We treat 1.9 billion gallons of sewage per year on average. And out of that 1.9 billion gallons, we process 10 million pounds of sludge. And we also responsible for all the call before you digs and emergency responses. Now, the picture on the right was the Route 5 and North Main Street from 2023, by the way. So those 16 pump stations, everything in red is a pump station. Then our water pollution facility here is in blue. So like I was telling you, that Indian Run, if you ever folks have been down to that street in Indian Run off of Raffi, it goes sharply downhill to that pump station right there. Then we go up, we pump this stuff northerly until it hits basically South Road, then it takes gravity from South Road. But again, these are all of our locations scattered throughout town. Some of them are the most innocuous things. I guarantee you've driven by them 100 times and don't even realize they're a pump station, because you just think of like a building, you think of something else, but they're all I'll guarantee you, so like especially the one on Taylor Road, you've probably driven by that and you didn't realize that's a pump station. But that's our locations. Case in point, there's Sparkle Street. So what we have in progress now for our ARPA project, Sparkle Street lift station is going to be completely upgraded. It is in the design phase, and we have current ARPA funding of $1.9 million, and that is the current estimate. So at this pump station at Sparkle Street, that's about 35 feet deep. So a lot of the stuff that you see above ground has got nothing to do with what's happening below ground. We actually have to build the station behind this one, plumb everything to it, then get it out of there, then demolish this one, this stuff up front. So that's the extent of it, and it's a small little thing, but it does a lot of work for us. Great Brook, complete upgrade. It's in the bid review phase. We have DPC Engineering who's doing it, and it is ARPA and CIP fully funded. The bid was $4,555,554.00. That is an accurate number as of last week, and this is the cost to redo Great Brook Pump Station 100%, and it is 100% funded through ARPA and CIP. What we affectionately refer to down at WPC as the 4-pack. It is Moody Road, Pheasant Hill, Windsor Court, and Taylor Road. We are going to completely upgrade those stations as well. It's in a design phase, and those four, they're smaller lift stations, but they're estimated to cost about $1.47 million on that, and we have money for that right now. Brookside Lift Station, which is up in Crescent Beach, we just got done replacing the generator out there. We took out, it would cost $70,000, so that is a completed project. One of the pump stations is complete now. The generator was shot, and we had to replace that. We dug up the old natural gas or the propane cylinders, got rid of all that stuff, so that project is 99% complete. Another project that we are doing town-wide is our radio transmitter replacement. Now, even in the day and age of cellular service, all of our pump stations go old school radio, and they connect all back to the tower over at the transfer station. All of our stuff sends signals back to there, and then we send it back to our SCADA system, which tells us how the pump's doing. It gives us all real-time data and anything wrong and any faults. So we are doing all 16 pump stations, upgrading the radios, which were put in 32 years ago, and we're nearing starting that project. We just have to wait for some more infrastructure to come in, but it is fully funded as well for $290,000. And our NIPDES permit, which is the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, that has been taking Todd and other staff almost a month and a half to just file for the permit to get the data needed. We had an outside consultant come in to help because of just the sheer amount of data required by the state DEP, but that is also complete. As of right now, we're waiting for the final response from DEEP. So to keep treating the sludge, we have to do this. Excuse me. So our continued work with the roads, in conjunction with the roads program, we are working in the Thompsonville area to do Garfield, Grant, Harrison High, Macon, Oak, Sullivan, Summer, and Walnut. We have been, since the last 4 years or so, we've been actively replacing the sewers that are bad in road sections so we don't have to go dig them up after. In roads 2000, 2005, and 2010, that wasn't really done. Then we started doing those late 15 and all throughout 2021, roads 2021. To do that, we need, we'll be out of funding right now. We need 1.4 in FY25 funding to make sure that all the streets, again, all the sewers in these sections and the laterals, since we own from the main to the property line, are replaced that have the Orangeburg laterals and any other parts that are collapsed. Our first course of action for any of these road projects is lining. We don't automatically replace the lines. We do as much as we humanly can to line them, where we have a company come in, they put in basically an inverted sock, and they actually they blow the sock through all the way to the other end, and they heat it with epoxy. They do all this other kind of fun stuff, and it hardens just like a pipe, and we get a 50-year warranty for it. So we do that as our first line of repair for every single one of our sewer projects. That is the first thing we do. Then their last resort is replacement, and this is what it would be to do the replacement part. We're working on Meadowlark. Hinckley has the job. He's going to be starting in the spring. There is considerable amount of replacement out there, and that is capital funded right now at 1.34. We've done all the lining as well in advance of that, and this is what's left to actually do the replacement of it. I believe there's over 60 Orangeburg laterals, and we just had another one collapse the other day, and that's the one. That's our biggest nemesis, is that old style Orangeburg pipe where it's amazing how quick it fails. It can last 50, 60 years, and all of a sudden it doesn't. So, and that is predominantly on Meadowlark. Every single house on Meadowlark has that, minus the ones we've already replaced this year. So moving forward, South Maple Street, we're going to, this needs to be completely redesigned and a complete replacement of the station. We're in the funding phase now, and this is estimated to be $3.3 million to do the work. Simon Road, approximately $3 million to do the job to replace the pump station. We are right now looking for $150,000 to replace 2 pumps that have failed. So this pump station right now is limping on 1 to 1.5 pumps. There's no backup right now, so we are looking. We have funding in place. Basically, we're just shell gaming some things, but we're ordering pumps to get it replaced because we can't wait for that. We can't wait any longer, more than a couple more months before that goes down, because we won't have another pump for that. West Shore, again, another complete redesign and replacement, 1.62 to replace. These are kind of sobering numbers, folks, but it is. Sharp Street, we're looking at $3 million for Sharp. South River Street, 4.3. That is going to be the most challenging because it's hard. If you figure out how the pipe goes, it crosses over the tracks, goes over by Kelly Fredette, and goes through that whole thing where we've had numerous issues in the past. This is what that's going to be a major engineering challenge and also just a construction challenge as well. And when we get over 5 inches of rain, like that graph showed, I know it's hard to read that, but that's when we hit the largest flow ever at WPC was last year at 21.37 million gallons of sewage in one day. Prospect Street main replacement study. This is that area where if you go down Prospect Street towards Kelly Fredette, and right before their red building, the sewer takes a hard right and goes into their parking lot. Then there's a manhole and some funky structure that I cannot even define from an engineering point of view because I don't even understand it myself. And that's the one we have the most problem, because that is a confluence of the force main on South River Street that goes underneath the tracks. It goes into the structure from Prospect Street. So one is under pressure, one is under gravity. Then the line going out is smaller than the 2 lines coming in. So that's when you get the leaks, and that's when we get the Kelly Fredette flooding and the Amtrak and all that kind of stuff like that. So we're looking, we're going to put in for capital to try to get an understanding of how we could possibly fix this area, if we can even fix it, and in how to go forward from there. And now the Great Brook force main. So this force main, 18 inches in diameter, it's about 4,600 feet long, so just a little under a mile. It runs on the southbound side, so on the west. So it's going to be on the westerly side of Route 5 or the southbound. The estimated replacement cost is about $13.5 million to do that. The pictures on the right are what you remember from the summer, and also the trucks down below are what were required to do a bypass. Now, all those trucks that you saw rolling that day was just to handle that one time, that 24 hours that we were out of that pump station. And that repair cost $218,000 to do that, just for that one repair, for that, basically for those couple days. So the capital request now, this is an interesting one. Believe it or not, there's been some parts of the upgrade that we already starting having to do replacement parts and keep ahead of things. So to clarify our blades, the stuff that actually scrapes the top off, we're looking to replace already. Our odor control, we need to do upgrades in that. And our grit channels, that's going to be a major one. We have to replace the covers and have a new way to do how to clean out the grit channels. And our last one is, again, there's a transfer request on tonight that I'm looking for to transfer from salaries to a construction item, because we need an additional $75,000 in lateral repairs to date. As of today, January, we've already spent $113,000 and are completely wiped out for lateral repairs this year. And I may be back. Again, we don't know that at time yet, but hopefully we won't have any more lateral repairs. But again, Department of Public Works thanks you and your continued support and your direction. So.
Great. Thank you, Donald. Councilman Ludwig.
Sorry, great presentation. All right, so again, I please don't think I don't trust anything, but why aren't we going to referendum on? And again, I want to spend the money on a $3.3 million for Great Brook. What is it? Why does ARPA money why aren't we forced to go to referendum? I understand it's ARPA money. I guess, did we get it in writing that that money can be spent because it's ARPA without going to referendum?
Because we appropriated that money according to the terms of the charter. We appropriated money, and we did not appropriate the whole thing in any one fiscal year. Okay, we have been setting aside funds since we added. My predecessor was setting aside money for pump stations,
right,
and for sewer lines and advance road work, and we've continued that process each year since. So money has been set aside and it has been used, so it meets the 3-year requirement as well. But we've never appropriated any more than the charter limit in any one
Not
fiscal year.
questioning on that, but I thought when we did the ARPA, we had the ARPA, grid of what we were spending. We had $3 million set aside for pump stations, which I thought was Great Brook and Sparkle
Street, yes.
Again, so that money is more than that, even though we put money aside, but we're now that $3 million's above the charter limit.
Yep.
So how does that not force us to go to referendum? I'm not questioning the first part, it's the second part that I'm questioning.
Well, the charter says that
Right.
we can appropriate up to .0002
Yep.
of the grand list in any fiscal year for a project. The town attorney opinion from 2009, I believe it was prior to my start date here, said that we can appropriate
Yep.
for a particular project over multiple fiscal years. So that is what we did with Sparkle Street. We appropriated the maximum, I think it was in '22, and then we appropriated
We appropriate
additional
ARPA
funding
money
in
each year.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yes, we did for ARPA and for
Can we
Great
can we
Brook.
get that in? I don't remember. I just remember seeing on a sheet showing $3 million we're going that we didn't actually line item it in the budget. So if we can make sure, that's all. I just want to make sure we're clear on this, because I don't think I ever got an answer. That you're right, $1 million, I think it's about $1 million now roughly of our budget each year. So then it should be 22, 23, 24 if we're allocating $3 million, $1 million each year, right?
But we did it for each individual project.
Right.
So you can appropriate for a project.
Okay. Can we
Okay.
we get that? I want to see that broken out by Sparkle and Grape.
Mike's from the Missouri State, show
Sure.
me. So we'll
Sorry, I
get
just
you
want
the
to make
documents.
sure. And then the last thing, Donald, I'm sorry, I'll stop talking. The one point you in your presentation, I think it was for the Thompsonville section of roads 2021. Is that extra 1.4? Is that included in the referendum, or you're actually coming out of our CIP?
No, that's going to be coming out of our CIP. So in our last WPCA meeting, we were discussing some of the finances that I was able to get together. Again, we did put together We do have money in, again, roads work in advance, or sorry, sewer work in advance of roads work.
Right.
Then major sewer work, there's another descriptor after that. So that's the generic spot. So we've been funding those all along. I'm going to wind up basically using those two funds in particular to help backfeed Meadowlark. So that's going to leave basically a zero balance for road sewer work in advance of roads work and major sewer trunk line reserve,
So you're saying
whatever it is.
because of the amount of money it's going to take for the Meadowlark, we're basically using the money that was for Thompsonville.
No.
No, sorry, I want to make sure I understand it, right?
Meadowlark came first.
But
And
Thompsonville was also approved in that referendum.
This is not part of the referendum. This is just CIP, standard WPCF
Okay,
CIP.
so it's nothing to do with the road work for those roads that you put from Thompsonville. So I want to make sure, because the roads 21, those roads were included in the 21 referendum.
Right, but there's no sewer work as part of the
Got it.
roads
So this is an additional
2021.
to the road, okay.
Yeah, and since I've been here and since I've read all the way back to 2000, that is the one improvement or amenity that we could not do
Got it.
was the sewer portion of it. And
wanted
it
to be
was
clear.
never,
I mean, yeah.
it was never labeled. So we have been funding that since I've been here through WPCF capital to try to get ahead of this and work with it so we're not digging up new roads after the sewers collapse.
So last question. Roughly, if we were going to go to referendum for sewers, and again, I hate to say this again, someone did question back when we had the referendum. I'm sorry to keep going on this, but someone questioned the referendum, the language when we passed, for the sewer money, for the 30 million, whatever it was. And the language in there is a little bit ambiguous, but it said pump stations in the referendum. Again, just trying to make sure we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. People are voting for this stuff, and we got to make sure we're honoring what they're voting.
I will get you a copy of the referendum. I believe it says collection systems,
Okay.
which would be piping, sewer
Right.
mains, and pump stations as well.
So we didn't have enough money to actually do that after we did the upgrade. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. After we went to DEP,
Right.
and they,
I think that's all right.
excuse me,
I think that's why we need to kind of read just over the last 4 or 5 referendums, what actually has been done, what hasn't been done. Before we go to another referendum, we got to be upfront with people here on what has been done, what hasn't, and what we decide as a council. It's not you two, but I think then again, we need to understand, again, if we're roughly, it looks like rough math there, you're almost 20 million, it looks like, in pump station work, and again, we need to understand what we can afford. I need to understand as a taxpayer how much the town of Enfield can take on in debt without possibly losing our bond rating.
No, points very well taken. And I just think we need, John and I, when we were working on
And again, I'm not
funding,
putting on you,
on
great presentation.
No, I completely understand. And funding strategies, but really got to get the next WPCA meeting to kind of hash that out because, again, there's multiple directions that John can go in, and we've been working on, move this, move that. It's just I think the next WPCA meeting is really critical and crucial to defining that path. And it's hard to answer your question, Counselor, without having where we're going to go with that.
Again,
So-
thank you. Great. I mean, I apologize. I get
No,
worked
no,
up
not at
when it
all.
comes to when we're spending money versus what hasn't been spent. And because again, the taxpayers do vote on this, and so I appreciate your presentation. Thank you. Sorry.
Councilman Santinella.
I promise, make really quick. I don't know if it's through the mayor to the town manager or to you. So I just would like to have a few numbers. I was adding up. We have over $30 million of proposed work. What's the total proposed work that we need to do? What have we already budgeted for in our CIP? I'd just like to know what the upcoming expense delta is. And we are currently $100 million in debt, our debt today, roughly. You don't have to give me an exact number, but it's around
Yeah, it's
100
around
million.
100 million right
And
now.
our cap is 120 before we get into a bond rating sort of scenario where our debt ratio to our budget is out of whack, correct?
According to our advisor, would be about 17 million in total debt service.
And we're at 13 now.
No, we're not there yet. We would be at, right now, our maximum, we would be around 13.
But in this year's budget, we were at, what was our debt service?
I can't remember off
Yeah,
the top
that's
of my
fine.
head.
That's fine. I can look it up. I'm surprised I don't know that, but thank you very much.
Yep.
We could go all night on this if you want.
No, I think these people have a different opinion on that. Okay, everybody's all set?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Donald.
Okay, moving on to public communications. Any person who wishes to address the council shall first be recognized by the chair and shall state their name and address for the record. They shall submit their remarks to 5 minutes. After each person who desires has had the chance to speak, those desiring to speak a second time will be permitted to do so and shall limit their remarks to 3 minutes. During public communications, item number 7 on the agenda, public members shall limit their remarks to 2 rounds, 8 minutes total. During public communications, item 14 on the agenda, if prior to 11 p.m., each person shall limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Public communications shall be limited to 1 hour unless extended by a majority vote of the council. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any individual member. All remarks addressed to the administration of the town shall be addressed to the town manager and not to any individual employees. Public members shall observe proper decorum and good conduct and shall refrain from personalities and improper language. Who would like to come up and speak? Ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Lynn Kostek, 13 Teach Street. And first of all, I just want to say what you call outside tonight is a peaceful protest, unlike January 6th, but we won't go there. Okay, I just want to let you all know that I've been living here for a while, and at this point of living here, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of living in Enfield. I'm afraid for myself. I'm afraid for my daughter, who is a lesbian. I'm afraid for people with disabilities that don't get recognized in this town for their disabilities. I'm just plainly afraid of living in this environment. I've been losing a lot of sleep over this. So I am a straight white female. I have no disabilities, and I'm offended by this town council. I am afraid of what is happening in this town, the state, the country, and the world. My life has taken me around the sun many times now, and to tell you the truth, I have never been more afraid than what I am right now. All of you on that dais were voted in to represent people in this town. The only thing I see is that all of you on the town council and the Board of Ed are representing your own ideas, manipulating others to go along with your ideas, and forcing them onto the residents of this town. Unfortunately, it's not just here. The state is doing it, the country is doing it, and the world is doing it. I'm afraid for my children that are adults and are trying to navigate through this mess. We, the boomers, the generation, have created for them. The millennials taking their own lives or partaking in drugs or alcohol just to get by hour, day by day, month by month, year by year, just trying to live in this mess that we created for them. I'm afraid for my grandchildren and their children and so forth, because they will not have the freedoms that us boomers have fought for and are fighting to keep in place today. I want all of you to imagine if you have a son or a daughter come up to you with angst and tears in their eyes, telling you what their sexual preferences are. Or you find out your child has a physical disability or a mental disability that sets them apart from others. Would you throw your child out? Would you do anything to protect that child? The LGBT rights are for them. The American with Disabilities Act protects them from being treated unfairly in the social environment. You, as the town council, need to protect the rights of these people. Removing a flag, books, a person on the dais is not supporting a town trying to reach a goal of diversity. Not assisting people with disabilities to fill a position on the town council or board of ed by not supplying them with the tools they needed to effectively perform their duties in that position is unjustified. And that was in the paper recently. Women's rights are also in jeopardy. Do any of you have daughters or granddaughters? Would you want them living like their future in this jeopardy? Stop thinking about yourself or your political party and start thinking about actual people, live people. You are supposed to be representing. We need to stop this madness going in this town right now. Maybe, just maybe, it will trickle to the state, then the country, then the world. Yes, I am afraid, and you should be too. Don't be part of the problem, be part of the solution. And by the way, recite the Pledge of Allegiance and pay attention to each phrase in the Pledge of Allegiance and think about it. It's about United States. That means all of us working together. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Who else? Sir.
Good evening. My name is Peter Wood, and I appear before you this evening in my capacity as the development consultant to Impact Residential Development, which is pursuing the Union Square development here in Enfield. We only found out about Union Square being on the agenda for this meeting today, earlier this afternoon. No one from the town notified Impact Residential of any action that might take place at this meeting. Unfortunately, because of this lack of notice, we were not able to prepare for this meeting or have council attend because of their conflicts. On behalf of Impact Residential Development, IRD respectfully submits that the subject contract between the parties was indeed reviewed by the town's legal counsel, and IRD respectfully requests that the council honor the terms and conditions of the contract and not take action that is the subject of any proposed resolution. Either the contract, the memorandum of agreement that the town legally entered into with IRD, or the purchase and sale agreement. Also, please be advised that IRD will take whatever action is required to protect their interests concerning this matter, and will pursue full legal remedies available, including damages, should this be undermined. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Danielle Gerard, 18 Edgewood Drive. Good evening. I'm the chairperson for ECA, or Enfield Community Advocates. I'm also the vice president of PFLAG Enfield. Tonight, I come to you asking you to reconsider the flag policy you put in place during the last town council meeting. The repeated actions of a town attorney relating the hanging of a pride flag with the likes of hanging an ISIS flag and a mayor referencing a drag show as the transsexuals event are simply out of touch. Not once did the town attorney reiterate to you of your third option, which was your right as council to freedom of expression. Precisely the reason why you were legally advised in 2022 to not create a flag policy, as a policy would take that right away from you. Did any of you even read the Sterliff versus Boston case? Or did you just skim the headlines? We noted in our public comment to you all that the town has had 0 protests or negative incidents at the rising of the pride flag over the previous 2 years. You had no reason to take an immediate action on Resolution 6230, to the point where you were scrambling to find an amendment to the policy instead of tabling it for further review and discussion, which was also requested by a peer. Additionally, when confronted by your peers asking you to reveal the true intentions of this policy, you couldn't even come up with a valid reason for forcing a vote through. No excuse that would even come close to defending your actions, further implying that this was a targeted attack on the LGBTQ plus community that was sloppily covered up in front of all of us watching, as if you thought we would just brush that off, maybe not even notice. You have now made this policy not just against one group, but against them all. We stood outside tonight to show you the support that all groups in Enfield have for each other, no matter what. In the end, everyone belongs in Enfield, and you all didn't show us that. Thank you to the ones that did show up for us tonight, and we appreciate you. The residents of this town came together and did that ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Gentleman in the back.
Hello. Rob Anderson, Bass Drive. It's a nice bunch of flags you got up there. They're fabulous. The town should be taking a neutral position and not promoting agendas, private agendas for groups. The town should be neutral. The pride groups are asking for special privilege, while they're also asking for equality. These two things go against each other. The court ruling from Boston that she was talking about, I did look into that. The opinion that came on that case was Boston was wrong for denying the flag. But they weren't wrong for denying the flag just because of the flag. They were wrong for denying the flag because they had, in the past, granted other flags. So, because they had granted other flags, now this one gets denied. Now they're showing preferential treatment to one group while not showing it to another group. So basically it's an all or nothing solution. Either the city has to allow all the applicants or none of them. The city elected not to allow any flags. This was a $2.1 million lesson for Boston. This is being twisted by people when this is not a defense for the pride flag. It's a defense against any other flags other than the approved government flags. The Pride people deserve equality, 100%, just like everybody else. But they do not deserve special privilege above and beyond everybody else. The red, white, and blue of the American flag is all-inclusive. It represents all of us. And the First Amendment protects all of us to have these conversations without fear from the government. And one last thing to everybody in the audience. God bless.
The lady in the back with her hand up.
My name is Alyssa Suter. I live on Prospect Street. I'm going to start by quoting something from the last meeting and the resolution. And whereas the town council wishes to project solely its own views as opposed to entertaining future applicants from organizations or members of the public to fly or otherwise display any flag, et cetera, et cetera. Don't you each represent a district of people in the town? One of the reps said that it was a 1% margin where the Republicans won because that's all that other stuff, right? I was listening to that part, right? So 71% of people in this town stayed home because they don't trust what you guys are going to do anyway. Because they know that you're going to do what you want to do anyway. And you said that right here. You said it in your own... You're going to do your own views. You want to represent what you want to represent, not what the people that were outside, not what the people that you are supposed to be representing believe. At least from my perspective, at least from the majority of the people that I've talked to in this town. It's also clearly not the whole town council's view. You can clearly see that in front of us as well. You're a representative of the people in this town who are telling you that they disagree. The fact that this is your first order of business also just really lets us see straight through your nonsense. Town council is local politics. We have local queers as well as local military. It is your belief whether one of them is more important than the other. I've been told that the point of the military was to defend freedom for all. We just got to keep the queers in the closet. Did you know Enfield finally made the news for being bigots? Like, national news, global news, a small town in Connecticut bans pride flags all over my newsfeed. Great. Let's see. Actually, I wrote, it's embarrassing, because that's what it is. It's embarrassing to say that I graduated from this town. It's embarrassing to say that I still live here. It's embarrassing to say that I came back here for this to be representing me, because it doesn't. If you don't support something, you generally come up with a compromise and you do something performative, as simple as putting up a flag. But even that's too gay for you, apparently. I also reject, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say a specific person, so I reject the attempt to invoke Islamophobia to use as an attack on the queer community at a time where Muslim, Arab, and Palestinian people are facing a genocide funded by our tax dollars and are being subjected to increased rates of hate crimes here at home, i.e. the college kids that were shot in Vermont. One of them is paralyzed. 3 of them, I don't know what the deal is after that. We continuously see our political leaders at local, state, and federal level misuse our tax dollars and time to attack marginalized communities. And this is just more on a personal note. I'm not going to say anything by name, but I would really appreciate if women were treated better in this body. I hope that some of the women stand up for themselves a little bit better, and I hope that the other women continue to talk as much crap as other people do.
Bob.
Robert Bukowski, 21 Francis Avenue. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Just a few points tonight regarding the item J on the agenda, the Francis Avenue parking issue. I sent everybody an email this afternoon, so this is just really a repeat summary of that. Just a few points to consider when you're making your decision regarding the parking issue tonight. Point number one, ticketing is a very weak form of enforcement. Please consider wheel booting as an alternative. I realize people don't really like towing, but that's a good option too, in my opinion. But wheel booting is something that has never been given too much attention yet. Maybe it should be considered. Not every car needs to be booted. We don't have to buy 50 boots, just 2 or 3 for visibility. After 2 weeks, just like with towing, the problem would be resolved. Item 2. You have been shown about 50 videos and pictures, all occurring while over the last year or so, all occurring while the ticketing policy was in effect. Clearly, stronger enforcement is needed. Item 3, I just sent this email this afternoon, so probably no one has contacted the chief, but I asked if you folks could get a list of tickets issued in 2023. As well as tickets paid in 2023. And that's going to tell us how effective the ticketing policy has been. And I don't know what the answer to that is. It'd be interesting. If a lot of them were paid, well, all the better, I guess, but I really don't think so. Item 4, I don't know if all of you are even aware of this, but there was an accident at 24 Francis Avenue about 3 weeks ago. That's just diagonally in front of my house. DWI was issued. It was Jimmy's Pub related. Another accident the same night, corner of Highland Park and Enfield Street. I don't know the details of that accident or if it was or wasn't Jimmy's Pub related. There was another DWI issued during the summer of 2022, right after the renovations, halfway down on Francis, pub related. Also, 2 very minor accidents, Melanie's son's truck, and one more in the package store parking lot, Jimmy's Pub related. Our street's turning into a danger zone. And number 5, please consider directed police patrols with regards to ticketing. Ticketing's okay, but ticketing ticketing and booting as well, not just ticketing. Ticketing by itself is just ineffective. But please consider directed police patrols with regards to ticketing. Residents calling in to report violations time and time again is extremely inconvenient and just tiring. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Emily.
Good evening, Emily Holovich, 3 Cutter Lane. On January 8th, some town council members displayed an alarming disconnect in their own policies and procedures by not knowing how a public comment resolution was even put forth. Arguing amongst each other and avoiding accountability does not lead to a cohesive, representative environment. The public comment resolution was quickly voted down as a result, only to reappear in a different form. Hopefully, you know who is accountable for this one. Why was this brought forward through policy and procedures? Where is this coming from? Are you afraid of hearing from all stakeholders? Clearly, there is some sort of concern you have here, or else it wouldn't be a topic of discussion. A pattern of policies and resolutions geared toward censorship is emerging, revealing the direction the Republican caucus is going with their decisions on governing. We, the residents, are not blind to this. Individuals who do not live in Enfield but work here still have a vested interest in the town. It does not make their points less valid or untrue. Many of the town's teaching staff have invested years of hard work, dedicated their time to our youth, and should be able to speak on their behalf. Paying town or state taxes does not make you more dedicated than the next person. Stop trying to silence voices, especially to those that care for your children, own businesses, and do countless acts of generosity for the town. This is selfish and unfair governing. You ran for town council to be a voice for the people. Do you all not agree this is your role? You were elected to be the voice for what the people want. You have people coming up here telling you this isn't what they want. But, I feel like that is the beauty of our country. Not everyone thinks alike. How can we progress, move forward, and make positive, impactful changes if you won't listen to the people that don't think like you do? Brian H. McGill said it best. One of the most sincere forms of respect is actually listening to what another has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Pam.
Pamela Pasha, 8 Weymouth Road. Good evening. Two things. I wanted to mention the first time I came before you got the council was one of the issues I wanted to bring forward was the speeding on my road, 8 Weymouth Road, our road, 8 Weymouth Road, or Weymouth Road. So I thank you. They put up the signs that show like what your speed is, but they put them way far down by the woods. And the issue is on the west end of Weymouth Road. I know that a lot of people get stopped down by Enfield Market, but a lot more people, if there was police presence, would get stopped on the west end of Weymouth Road. And it's definitely needed. I leave for work early in the morning to go into Hartford, and coming home at night, there's been so many times that I've backed out of my driveway to proceed, and the car coming up the hill just goes right around me, or slowed down to pull into my driveway and take a left into my driveway, and the car goes around me. And one of these days, but because I've lived there so long, I know that it's probably inevitable, so I do watch my mirror. But I have a neighbor across the street that said she feels like she can't even touch her brakes without pulling into her driveway because people are just right on top of you. They don't care. So it's just a dangerous situation, and I'm hoping that the police will take notice more often. Although, like I said, I do appreciate the signs being put up. I also wanted to thank Mayor Nelson and those on the council who voted for standing up for what is right and adhering to the Supreme Court ruling regarding the flying of flags on town property. Rules are made for a reason. Wisdom allows those in position to see beyond the here and now and see ahead as to what our actions could lead to and how they could negatively affect others. By not being afraid to do what is right for all of the citizens of Enfield, Mayor Nelson and those on the council who did not make excuses about why they voted the way they did, or worry about the possibility of losing votes, or worry about how the media would portray fact from fiction. Instead, they voted for protecting the taxpayers from the distinct possibility of negative repercussions. When you say yes to one, you open yourself to having to say yes to all or face the negative and potentially dangerous consequences. Thank you for having the town's best interest at heart.
Thank you, Pam. Scott?
Good evening. Scott DeLorge, 336 George Washington Road. First of all, I'd like to thank the council, the 7 council members that, with the common sense to pass to get those Brainerd lights fixed. So I applaud you on that, and thank you very much. I want to start off with reading you guys some emails over the history down there real quick to really what the big picture is, why we're doing these lights. Back in 2017 is when it really first started. The umpire called me up and he said he went down to turn on the lights, and as he turned them on, a bunch of sparks came flying out down at the bottom of those poles, and the lights did not come on. They didn't come on for about a week after that. The second one, these are all emails from town employees. These are from Buildings and Grounds to me, and Donald was also CC'd on it. A report of dogs being shocked by bleachers on the third base line. A call has been placed to the electrical contractor for repairs. I will keep you informed. 2 days later, another from Buildings and Grounds to me. Hello, the small field is closed due to a short in the lights causing the fence and the bleachers to become electrified. Contractor thinks he might be ready tomorrow. That took 2 weeks to get fixed. So basically Band-Aid after Band-Aid, year after year. Doug, I'm sure you know more about this as I do. So with all this paper trail, thank God, like I said, thank God you approved the lights. But with this paper trail, if you didn't approve these lights and someone seriously got hurt, maybe the town attorney can educate everyone up there what would really happen, who would win that lawsuit against the residents of town of Enfield. So I applaud you guys for getting that done. So I also want to address some of the ignorant comments that were made by a couple councilmen last council meeting. And I quote these. I'm not going to support this project because of Four Seasons may not do Potter Hollow. So we won't support lights that are electrocuting dogs and shutting off during mid-pitch, and guys can't get parts for it because a vendor won't do something at another project. Again, I'm not going to support a project that is going to be funded on the backs of taking a project away from our kids. We'll let you know that also the kids do play down there, Gina. They play soccer. We've had youth soccer down there using those fields. We've had senior night from Enfield softball teams playing down there using the lights because Higgins Field was destroyed. So they get to go up there and play for the last 3 years. Also, the police and the fire department, some of them are probably here, also play down there. Enfield men's softball is not the only one, okay? I have a problem funding brand new lights for men's softball. You're funding lights for the town of Enfield and Brainerd Park for a public park, not for men's softball, okay? I bet Buildings and Grounds and DPW doesn't know how many tournaments they hold there. Another great one. Well, let me educate you how it works. At the beginning of the year, we put an application in for those events. We put whatever that we can get it with Mark, and he looks at it and he approves the dates. If we don't get it, we don't get it. But Mark Gar and the Department of Public Works know exactly what we're doing down there, okay? We're not cheating nobody. And if you go on the Mutual's website she mentioned, they hold a number of tournaments every single year. Well, in 2021, we held 2. In 2022, we held 3. And this past year, we held 4. Okay? So for the 23 fiscal year, she said that we received $2,000 from Enfield men's softball. She's right. Good job. The next part of it was, though, she mentioned there was 5 tournaments, 2 days each, non-exempt organizations. They're only 1 day, okay? 1 day, and it was only 4 tournaments. So she was wrong there. That does not include any local tournaments that the men's softball run on themselves. We don't run any. Buildings and Grounds knows how many tournaments that we run down there. They have the list. We give them the money, and we play the tournaments. If they're rained out, they're rained out. They aren't paying their fair share. I think a couple other members mentioned this too, and I believe there was $5,900 in the field use fee. Enfield men's softball did $2,000 of it. So I believe that's almost half of the fair share, okay? And if, I believe in October of last year, a certain individual had the field fee waived for a benefit tournament down there. So I wish someone was doing that for me, but that ain't happening for me. So we're doing things the right way. So some other things.
That's time, Scott.
Okay, come back up later?
If there's time to come back
Yeah,
up.
all right,
yes.
thanks.
Thank you. In the back. Yep.
Nikki Price, 1324 Enfield Street. I was going to talk about the fields down at Enfield High, but I think I'm going to talk about the flag policy first. I just would like to point out that Enfield is not the only council or governing body in the state of Connecticut adopting a flag policy. Several have been happening in the past because of the ruling from Boston. Scooters ruling, I'm a little nervous. Colchester allows a third flag to be hung alongside the state and country flags with the approval of the Board of Selectmen. It can be a MIA, POW, a town flag, or whatever is approved by Colchester. In Darien, the Board of Selectmen voted in 2022 to restrict the type of flag flown over the town hall to only 3: the town's flag, the state flag, and the U.S. flag. In Eastern, the town flag policy states only the United States, state of Connecticut, and town of Eastern flags shall be flown outside of Eastern Town Hall. Let me see, I'm not going to read everyone, but in Southington, a similar ban applies that ban forced organizers of the Italian-American Festival to place flags on the private poles in town. As an Italian-American, that kind of hurt, but they did it for a private flag. In South Windsor, commemorative or organizational flags can only fly on one designed town flagpole located down the street from the town hall at the Wappington Community House. So the bottom line is that I am for the flag policy. Does that mean that I'm not for LGBTQ rights? No. I think anybody can love anybody they wish, see anybody they wish, be anybody that they wish, transgender, lesbian, queer, whatever. Okay? Doesn't matter. You're a human being, and that is your right. Now, getting back, I want to thank the town manager for answering my question regarding the referendum about the town fields and why the drainage was taken out of that proposal. And I think as a town council, you should look into why the building committee took away the drainage at Enfield High. It was part of the referendum, meaning part of the building plans, and they took it away. And this is what's mind-boggling for us residents, okay, is that you do something and then you pull something out of a project and then it hits us years ago down the road right now, because all I know is that Enfield High, I've been in town for 35 years, is built on wetlands in the back. And I don't understand why the building committee took away the drainage out of the referendum project. And it goes back to what Councilman Ludwig said. We voted on something, and why was it taken away? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. We started at 8:12.
Good evening, councilors, town staff. Appreciate you guys. My name is Jonathan Grande. I live at 33 Spruceland Road. I'm a resident of the town of Enfield. Before I talk about my prepared remarks, I just want to say that the opinions I'm going to express are my own. They are not anybody else's. They're not any business group or party that I may be affiliated with. These are simply my own opinions. With that out of the way, I'd like to just make a couple comments and observations about the new flag policy. There is a community in our town that consists of people from all walks of life. This community includes all racial, all ethnic, both male, female, and all socioeconomic classes. People in this community throughout time have been mistreated, bullied, teased, harassed, and sadly, some have taken their own lives due to the severity of the harassment, all because these people were born this way. This community has had their colorful symbol that they have adopted and proudly wear and display. This community has a specific month of the year when they celebrate themselves and raise awareness about their community. They wear T-shirts with colorful symbol and with catchy phrases. They hand out stickers, T-shirts, flyers, and attend gatherings. They have banners and they have a flag, and it's especially prevalent during their month. They do all this because they simply want to be accepted as individuals and for who they are. Tonight, I suspect, rather I know, there are people in this room who are part of this community. The community I'm describing is not the Pride community. The community I'm describing is the autism community. Their month is in April, known as Autism Awareness Month. Their symbol is a colorful puzzle piece of interlocking pieces. This is what it looks like. That large community has no issue with not having their flag banned or displayed. Why? Because their community has been accepted and recognized as mainstream. So congratulations to the Pride community. You also are accepted and recognized as mainstream. That means you no longer get special treatment. You get to be treated like everybody else. And after all, isn't that the goal anyway? Some will argue and have stated that Republicans are against Pride. They hate the Pride community. They're homophobic, you name it. This is a lie. I'll prove it. The town Republican has elected an openly gay Republican town council member for over 20 years. That's for 24 years. That's nearly a quarter of a century. Not only that, this openly gay Republican was elected and served as our town mayor for not 2 or 3 years, not 4 or 5, not 6 or 7, but 10 years. He was and still is one of Enfield's most beloved Republican mayors, Republican Scott Copen. So ask yourself this: if Republicans hate Pride, why would they have a gay man as our leader for 10 years? So the statement that Republicans are anti-Pride is a lie and simply not true. 2 years ago, when the Pride flag was draped on the town hall, many residents questioned it and complained on social media. The most common response from the Pride community was, "Hey, why are you so upset? It's only a piece of cloth." Is that point no longer valid to the Pride community? Look, I get it. The Pride community is upset. They've had their flag draped for 2 years in the town hall, and now they can't. But this is not an effort to get rid of Pride or the Pride flag. The current town council is correcting an error from 2 years ago. That flag or any other special interest group flag or banner should have never been allowed or draped on the town hall. Again, Pride is not being singled out. No group is allowed to drape their flag or banner on the town hall. The previous error has been corrected. Some will say that this protest is nothing more than a Democrat political stunt. They'll point to the fact that the speakers align with Democrats, and all their special speakers that were scheduled were Democrats, Democrat town councilors, Democrat Board of Ed members, Democrat lieutenant governor, etc. Perhaps this is true. Perhaps not. I don't know.
Jonathan.
Is that my time?
Yes.
Okay, I'll come back. Thank you, if there's time.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Zabor, and I live on James Street. For those here wondering who I am and thinking I might be a little bit crazy, I have gone to Zumba classes at Club Fitness right down the street. I actually bought my house from my Zumba instructor who moved to Granby. I go to shop at Aldi 2 to 4 times a month. Love Aldi, love Dollar Tree, love Costco. Shop in Enfield all the time, spend my money here. My PCP is at Enfield Medical Associates. And just for those who are worried about my cough, I don't have mono, COVID, or strep. She wouldn't test me for anything else, so that's all I know. These are my notes. This says, people who are oppressed have facts. People who aren't oppressed and deny facts just have opinions. I raised this sign today. This is important to me because it's striking that my first time at this meeting, I notice the population sitting in front of me and the population sitting behind me. I'm counting the percentage of white men sitting in front of me, and there are 2/3 white men in front of me, and I guarantee nobody is less than 40 years old or 35. Behind me, there was more than 50% women when I got here, when it was a full house. And we know there are young people represented here. I'm 42 years old. That means I was born in 82. That means I'm a Zennial. That means I graduated high school in 2000. And when I graduated in high school, there was nobody out in my high school. Nobody out in my grade when I graduated in 2000. I remember being in health class, learning that 1 in 7 females was gay. And I wondered, who's that? I've got really great girlfriends. I'm like, who in our group is the gay one? Maybe it's me, haha. Guess what? 2020, I came out openly. And the first time I held my partner's hand in public was the first time I got it. You can tell by energy, by a look, when somebody is not for you holding your partner's hand. I got what black people say about the look. I got what Muslim people say about the look. I got it. For the first time in my life, I felt that. I have been a person of privilege, and I stand firmly on that privilege to say that it makes a difference when you are oppressed. And if you are a white, cis, hetero man, you don't know what this feeling is like. You don't know what this look is like to walk in a community, to walk in your town, and have people question you just for holding your partner's hand. You also don't know what it's like to walk in a community when there are flags proudly hanging. P-Town in Massachusetts, Algonquin in Maine, Portland in Maine. The feeling it is like to walk in a community like that holding your partner's hand is so liberating and safe and welcoming. So it makes a difference if there are flags. The reason I didn't come out until I was 38 years old is because it didn't feel safe to do so, and I didn't understand myself. The pride flag is a symbol to others in the community to say, I'm a safe person. I'm not going to be a person who gives you that look. So when you come to Windsor Locks, I'm your safe person. Like I said, I live on James Street. I tried to get these signs in my town. Maybe 15 to 20 people wanted them. So when I saw that there were drag events in Enfield,
I'm sorry, your time's up.
I said, this is a great place to be. No more.
Thank you. Melanie?
Hello, Melanie Dubiel, 4 Francis Avenue. And I just want to say, the gentleman that spoke before this past lady, that I 100% agree with him, everything he said. And I support the decision to fly just the American flag and POW and missing action. The American flag represents all of us as one. We don't need different flags to differ. And on Francis Avenue, I really hope that we can come to some kind of conclusion tonight that is going to work and solve our issues that are still going on. So please vote tonight and help us out, because it's not getting better. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen? No.
Good evening. Is this on? Okay. First, I would like to thank the Enfield Town Council for allowing me to speak.
Can I get your name and address for the...
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Joe Annis, 22 Hamilton Court, Hazardville. First, I would like to thank the Enfield Town Council for allowing me to speak, and acting town attorney for a well-crafted resolution concerning the displaying of flags on town property, and his rebuttal to a councilor's limited statements by giving a full explanation of Attorney Talberg's 2022 legal opinion concerning a flag policy. In my opinion, this governmental flag policy represents, protects, and defends all, I repeat, all Americans. Through history and throughout the world, the American flag represents the United States of America and all Americans. The state of Connecticut flag represents all residents of Connecticut. The POW-MIA flag remembers all those we have not brought home yet. And the military flags honor the selfless service of all service members that stepped up, voluntarily or not, to defend the Constitution of the United States of America. Unfortunately, the Nazi flag, the Hamas flag, and the ISIS flag, among many others, represent a fraction of all Americans. By not endorsing a governmental flag policy, these groups would be able to display their flags, banners, and symbols on town-owned property. The town attorney made this abundantly clear, but I do not think his warning was heard and understood by all council members. Unfortunately, some council members vigorously and vehemently support certain groups and believe those groups are entitled to fly flags. Would they vigorously and vehemently defend this entitlement to a group or groups that they do not support, such as Hamas or Nazism? You can't have your cake and eat it too. Americanism should be the focus of this exercise. Instead, the focus is on me, 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 me. If you don't support me and my group, it means you hate me and my group. I'm sick of having this rhetoric hammered into my head and shoved down my throat. This type of rhetoric promotes division in America. It is ironic that the American flag, recognized by the world, the flag that represents the United States of America and all Americans, can be desecrated without accountability. But if someone burns another flag, which does not represent all Americans, that someone can be charged with a hate crime. In my opinion, it's all backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen.
Good evening, Zan. Yeah. Jennifer Briette, 83 Park Ave. I want to congratulate the Republicans for removing the flag as the first thing as demanded in a Facebook post. You played to your base and you won. Can we move on to some important items that need to be taken care of? I would like to know what the status of the Charter Review Committee is. I understand we're supposed to review the charter every 10 years and it's due this year. Looked on the website, didn't see any Charter Review Committee. Also would like to know what is the status of a permanent town attorney? Who will be chairing the BAA next month? If it's Attorney Tyler, who will be appointed as another interim town attorney? Is the plan to reappoint him after the appeal hearings as interim town attorney? According to our charter, the town attorney should, let me find it again. He shall be the head of the town legal department and shall appear for and protect the rights of the town in all actions. As the chair of the BAA, I don't see how he is protecting the rights of Enfield, since he lowers assessments. He lowered my assessment more than I requested. No explanation. Cheating the town of Enfield out of the taxes it was due. Thank you.
Sir.
Hi there. My name's Cody Collins. I live at 6325 Bigelow Commons, and I am a transgender man who has lived in Enfield my entire life. And I just wanted to say that when I was a child, even though I'm young, I didn't know what transgender people were. And for many years of my life, I could not describe the feeling to you. It was terrible. I didn't know who I was. I felt trapped in my body. The second I found out what transgender people were, specifically what transgender men were, I felt a wave of relief come over my body. It was many years later that I was able to find the strength to come out and to live my truth. I feel as though representing our community, the LGBTQ plus community, is extremely important everywhere. No matter how accepted we may be, there's still that queer child, there's still that transgender child who still needs that representation and the words to find who they are. That's all I wanted to say. I think it's really important.
Can I get your first name again?
Cody.
Cody. Thank you, Cody.
Yep.
Anyone else? First time? Okay, second time. Scott, if you'd like to come up and finish. You have 3 minutes, Scott.
Thank you. Okay, just a couple other statements that were made. This came from a councilman. I am not going to be in favor of this particular project due to the fact the money is $500,000 taken out of the project that was already vetted. That person had no problem taking money from other projects here in the town of Enfield to go down to Potter Hollow. Do we actually know who controls these fields? Are we the ones who control these fields, or is it the head of the Men's Softball Association, which is me? Well, I can answer that question. It's DPW and Buildings and Grounds. It's definitely not Scott DeLorge. Okay? They do a great job of what they can. Basically, the last 10 years have been basically putting lipstick on a pig. Do we know the tournaments that they are being run? I already addressed that earlier about putting the application in with the town for the dates that are approved by the town. This was the kicker. They could actually be funding their lights just like Little League funds a lot of their projects. Well, I'm not sure why I need to go fund lights that are electrocuting dogs. You guys can't get parts for. But maybe like to say the statement of saying the same thing, why don't you go down and fundraise for your press boxes and your dugouts for your Potter Hollow Park? But you see how dumb that statement is too? So before you start attacking the association that's never really asked anything from the council in the past 30 years for the fields down there. We have never asked for nothing. Know your facts, okay? Because Brainerd Park, a year ago, everyone agreed, including the old town manager, it was deplorable. Okay? And a gentleman wanted to come in with his own money and fix it. All new park, 2 new softball fields. And a small group came in, and the majority of the last council bent the knee. Okay? So, thank you very much for your time. Again, thank you for funding and finding these lights because, again, it's going to be a big help for the future Enfield men's softball, who's going to be taking over next year and the years to come, because I will be done after this year, after this project is completed. So, again, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, you will be our last speaker tonight. Time is up.
Kristen Zabor again. I think what really led me to be here today was, as somebody mentioned, Enfield being in national news and how much of an embarrassment that has been for this to be one of your first agenda items as a town council. I'm an LICSW, licensed independent social worker in the state of Massachusetts. For those people who go to therapy, know somebody who goes to therapy, I'm a therapist. I work with children. I work with autistic folks with Down syndromes, intellectual disabilities, folks who need therapy. And I have a lot of queer autistic folks coming into my office with mental health because of how they're treated, because of being queer or trans. So when I have this sign, it says this isn't red versus blue, this is death versus money, I'm talking about suicide. So my specialty is needs assessments. So the flag is a solution to a need. If you decide that you're taking this flag away, how are you going to do outreach to the queer and trans community in Enfield to signal that this is a safe community to live in? There is a need. If you're taking away one solution, I urge you to think of another. For the gentleman who wanted to say that the puzzle piece represents the autistic community, that is outdated information. And I urge you to get more updated on that. The autistic community is trying to identify themselves, and they don't have a missing puzzle piece. I'm neurodivergent myself, so let's all be informed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to councilman communications, and I will start with John, and we'll just work our way down. You need a minute? Councilman Sakala.
I don't really have much to say. Thank you to all of our speakers. Mr. Delorge, don't ever call me ignorant. And number 2, if you're going to quote me, do the full quote. I said, I am not going to fund the project because Four Seasons is not going to do the Powder Hollow project because I want to know if we need to put more money into the project. Thanks.
Councilman Prasadi.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. To the people that came out and spoke today, pro-flag or not pro-flag, thank you for your thoughts and your comments. To the people that were out earlier this afternoon, I don't know if I would call it a full Democratic rally. There were several Republicans that were out there also. But for the people that did come out to support that, thank you for doing that. There's a couple other announcements. Mr. Delorge, this isn't an announcement, but I'm a supporter of athletics here in town, and I've always been a supporter of athletics in town. But in terms of the other Powder Hollow project, taking that money away from children to help support your project that you have over at the Brainerd Park, I don't really, fully buy that, all right? So, we can agree to disagree. Do I think that work needs to be done over there? Absolutely. All right. I was the one that was fully in favor of anything that Borgia was going to present to be over at that particular project. I was all for it. I was all for to have a new complex for you over at the annex. Okay, so it's not that I am totally against the project. I was more towards funding what was already appropriated. It had nothing to do with the Brainerd area. Okay, so if I could talk to you later about that, I'd be glad to. Few announcements. First of all, I don't know if some of you did go see the play over at the Opera House, The American Son. It was the first actual play that was actually done over on High Street. It's great show. And it wasn't a musical. It was a Broadway production. Shout out to our Enfield's Maya Matthews for her performance. I just wanted to give her a quick shout out. There is a Special Olympics gala that is going to be held on February 3rd. Many people here got the invitation, whether you can come or not. Donations would be greatly appreciated. This is at 6 to 10. It's February 3rd at Twin Hills Country Club. It's to help support Special Olympic programs that are offered here in town through the Enfield Community Programs, Allied Enfield Special Olympic Program. So if you feel up to donating to that project, I think, or to the fundraiser, that would be great. Next, I just want to state that our social service department, I just want to recognize our social service department and Cindy Guerreri for all of her hard work and the programs that are offered. There are three specific programs. There was a knockout program, You're Not Alone program, and No More Shame program, which is for opioid addiction. And I think those are three programs that, once again, we have Capital Workforce Partners that come in and they have to explain their program. But the programs that our social service department has to offer, they should be recognized for the job well done, along with the program that I am going to help champion Cindy Guerreri with is in conjunction with children with autism with a LEGO program. And I'm looking forward to meeting with her later on this week in regard to that. So that's something to look forward to for the children with autism here in town. I can go on and, one thing, senior tax relief. Once again, you have till the end of this month to submit your paperwork in for, and that has to go into the senior center once again. Get all your paperwork submitted, and then that information is sent to Mary Keller, and then that's sent to the assessor's office, who then will make note to say that they've received your paperwork for that senior tax credit that is being offered. That's all I have to say at this point. But, there's one other thing. We talk about our social service department, but how about a shout out to Enfield Public Library? Some of the information that we received this past weekend. This past year, 80,000 visitors went through our public library. It's quite a bit. 507 children's programs, over close to 15,000 children going through our public library. 2,900 attended summer reading programs. That's outstanding. That is outstanding. And that has to be recognized. So that's why I'm giving our social service department a little shout out. I'm giving our library a shout out. Hearing some of this information that that we're receiving of late. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Councilman Mangini.
Thank you. I want to thank all the people that came out tonight in support of, the flag issue, LGBTQ. It saddens me that in the year 2024, we are so opposed to each other. We're trying to be embracing diversity. That's our goal in our community. And yet we have all this conflict and unnecessary evils. People that want to have the flag flown genuinely have a desire to display their representation. There's nothing wrong with that. The group is not anti anybody else. The group is simply looking to show their cares and concerns. And why it has to be met with such adversity really frightens me, because it's wrong. We need to, be warm and caring, especially with members of our own community. And when this issue reaches a national level, yeah, it is embarrassing. It's very embarrassing. And when I go to the grocery stores and people want to know, well, when are you people on the council going to stop fighting with each other and attacking each other? We got to stop this. This is nonsense. Let's all try and be respectful of each other. I know it's hard. It's not easy. But, I teach the children, try and be nice to each other. You're all playing in the sandbox together. Why adults can't do it, I don't know. But let's put our differences aside and let's show respect to people. Because I promise you, this is not the only issue that's going to come before us. There are going to be many, many more flag issues or sign issues or what have you issues. And hopefully we'll have better resolutions to those issues. Now, on a different note, through our mayor, to our town manager, to our police chief, to whomever needs to be addressed, Enfield High School parking and entrance to the school is on a state road, Route 5. If you, and I've already spoken with Councilman Santinella about this, if you go past or by or have to stop and drop off a student at 7:05 because they got to get to school and they missed the bus, it's impossible. It is impossible to move into the parking lot. It is impossible for cars to come by without going around, but you have students that are crossing the road. It's very, very dangerous. I would like to see some sort of a traffic stop sign, maybe a police officer patrol by there, maybe a stoplight. And I know battling the state of Connecticut is not an easy feat, but really, we need to do something. And I know Walter has been on this issue for a number of years. He's right. He's absolutely right. And I don't know where we go with it, but could we please look into a resolution or some sort of a traffic safety measure so that we don't have an accident, especially with children? Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Deputy Mayor Pisner.
Thank you to everyone who took the time to come out tonight. Bob, you took some of my thunder. I was going to say the same thing about no, you're good. But also what people don't realize, it's not just our library that's thriving, it's our senior center and our recreation program. So through the mayor to the town manager, I would love to see Jason come and do a presentation of everything we are offering. I mean, the fact that we loan out instruments so kids can learn how to play an instrument. There's just so many wonderful things that are happening, and he's in charge of all three things. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, and we did talk about this a little bit last year, and it's calling kind of fallen by the wayside is Enfield's first-time homebuyer program. Enfield is vested into having people buy homes in Enfield. And Christy does a great job in our economic development. And for anybody who is out there who's looking to buy a home, please contact her, get the information, because this is a great program. And a lot of people forget to call about it. So I just wanted to bring up those two things, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Jim? Councilman Nasuda.
Thank you. I would also like to thank everyone for coming out and speaking tonight. Thank you. And also, through the mayor to the town manager, I want to thank you again for that presentation by all your department heads on that last Saturday, or Saturday before. Fabulous. And once again, Bob and Marie said it regarding the library, so many things. All the department heads, thank them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Councilman Finger.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just got one thing I was straightening out about the, I've been looking at the field rental revenue for 2023. It says Enfield men's softball, yes, $2,000. But in our Scheduled A form on page 6 of 8 of the field request form, athletic organizations exempt from rental fees listed above. You have Enfield men's softball, then you have the Greater Enfield Men's Softball League. So I don't know who's what that is paying these 500. Mr. DeLorge said it was him. I don't know which one he's in. But it'd be nice to know, because there is two separate organizations here. When somebody pays, they should be putting down what organization that they're paying for. And the dates would be nice to know, because right here in 2024, year to date, which is only this month, Enfield men's softball has already paid $1,000. Enfield Soccer Association, $500. So to me, I mean, that's good money coming in and stuff, you know. I mean, so I probably misspoke in our last meeting because I wasn't sure. I didn't have these forms with me until I looked at them, and I had them with me tonight. And then when Mr. DeWard spoke, I took them out and I looked at them. I just don't know who's who on this. And I know they're going to be going through the facilities policy. Again, whoever's on it, I can't remember which one of us is on it. But I think that it definitely needs to be updated, because it's amazing to see, where is it? A list of these many people. I lost count. Let's say 30 people who are 501c3s. I just don't get it. If they are, they are. God bless them. But I mean, I just don't see it on certain ones on here. But to Mr. DeWards, I apologize for my misspeaking the last time. If this is just you guys, $3,000 is a lot of money. Yes, it is. As far as anything else is considered, you're right. I do know a lot about those electrical problems you were having down there. Now, that's all I had about that to say. Now, it's something I want to bring up, and that's about my support of this flag. It is plain and simple. When I voted for this flag 2 years ago to be hung on this town hall, it is for the pride of people of this community. This flag represents this community, the state, and this country. Not like the American flag that's behind me. I served in the United States Army. All right, I volunteered my time, and I will always defend this flag. All right, this flag is nothing like what that flag is. All right, this flag is just for people. My understanding, I could be wrong, who had to come out of being abused and everything else, and maybe people can help me with explaining myself. But it's for a community service group. That's why I support this flag. And plus, I have somebody very close to me who, she and her wife, I love them both equally. And I will never, ever let any harm come to them. And I will never let anybody put them down for anything. Now, with that being said, before all this went down, this Republican Party up here, all right, they called me, everyone individually, just about everyone, and said, we know you voted last time for it. Are you going to vote for it this time? And I said, yes. They didn't ask me for my reasons. They didn't ask me or tell me, hey, that's wrong. All right? They supported me on this. We had our ERTC meeting last week before. And when I explained myself, I had people walk up to me and say, Doug, you do not need to explain yourself because you have the right to speak whatever way you want to and whatever you want to say, we will respect as long as it respects our country. That is what the feeling I got from them, and they should get the same respect from everybody else. They did not one of these people up here, not one, ever said anything that would say that they hated the gay community or anybody else. Not one of them. People are accusing them of things, and it's not true. These people are Americans. Every single one up here is an American. And we would all defend that flag behind me. So I don't want to hear or any more about this as far as what these people up here, the 6 people I'm a part of, and or the 4 people sitting over there who believe in the same rights as anybody else has. If we're Americans, damn it, prove it. You can agree to disagree, but don't hate. Hate is a wrong thing to have in this town, this state, this country, this world. That's why this place is messed up. Not here, the world is. And I respect all of you, and I love all of you, and God bless, and thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Finger. Councilman Ungary.
Thank you, Mayor Nelson. I'd like to thank everyone for coming out tonight and braving the cold weather. I put a lot of thought into this topic about our flags and our community. My main thought and concern is how to be fair to everyone. I first believe that we need to limit government to ensure our own personal liberties. Our freedom offers a sense of empowerment, allowing us all to express ourselves, believe in our own potential, and determine our own paths in life. All our lives are meaningful and should be treated with the utmost respect and dignity. A flag is a symbol. It represents, excuse me, an affiliation with what we believe in. There is one flag that includes everyone, and it has 13 stripes and 50 stars on it, and it leaves no one out. That's our strength. The stars and the stripes embody the very qualities that make our nation great. With liberty, justice, freedom, love of country, and national purpose for all. This flag includes everyone. Because of this flag, you're allowed freedom of speech to come to this council and express yourself to our community. Favoring one group over another causes division. And it's impossible to choose. All the groups, all the people I talk to, it's impossible to choose one over another. And there's only 12 months in a year. So how do we pick and choose? Every freedom, every liberty for everybody, excluding none. Our American flag, it unites citizens, reminding us of our shared identity and fostering a sense of patriotism. It's our character that makes us who we are, how we treat one another. Respecting our differences of opinion and living together as a community. In conclusion, I'd like to let you all know that you don't need a flag hanging on the town hall to be heard, to be seen, because you are loved in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ungary. Councilman Hendrickson.
I just have 2 quick things because the meeting is already going long. Doug, thank you for your comments, and I always will respect your opinions also, so whatever your opinion is, I respect that. For Scott Delorge, I did agree with a comment, and it came up as fair share. I wasn't singling out any particular organization. I, too, agree that the facilities usage policy has to be looked at. It seems unfair as a policy to everybody in the town. So that's what my goal is on that. It's not to single out any organization for not putting it in. I appreciate you following the policy. It's just the wrong policy. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Ludwig.
I'll be real quick. To the mayor and the town manager or assistant town manager, tax abatement, for farmers, if you could give a quick update. I know we're researching, it's very important. We take care of our local farmers. I know we're working on that. And just to be clear, the senior tax relief, I know there's two. The one that I think starts application in February, which we used to call the circuit breaker program. I believe they have to go to the neighborhood services for that. If we could just make sure that because that's we fully fund that, about $750,000 that the seniors can get various relief. It's a separate tax program. I think applications we can start taking, soon. So if we could just make that announcement on our website for seniors. And then last thing, I know folks were talking about the facility use policy, where we're looking, the subcommittee looked at it. A lot of work to do. It's a huge endeavor. We took years to do this years ago. To the credit of the organizations in town, doesn't matter what sport it is, what league, whatever you're doing. They 501Cs. They took it. They were able to get a sort of use the policy to their advantage, but we're going to try to put together exactly how much it's going to cost to maintain fields. We're going to try to invite all the leagues to a public meeting so we can sort of have a nice, constructive back and forth, what they would like to see, and to start readdressing it. So that's hopefully something that's going to happen in February, and our next DPW subcommittee is in February. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ludwig. So this might come out wrong, but I got to finish it. I have to say, I'm pretty proud to be the mayor of this community because we just went through a pretty contentious issue tonight and we had no problems. Everybody respected everybody else's opinion. And that's rare nowadays. You watch the news and the littlest thing sets off people. And we did it as a community. We respected each other. I mean, the police, they're here just to make sure one side or the other didn't spark any problems. And I'm proud to say, that I'm part of this community and we did this. We may not agree with the outcome, but we agreed enough to respect each other's opinion. And that is huge in today's world. And I thank everybody who was involved in this. And hopefully I don't have to deal with another issue like this. But knowing that we can agree to disagree in this community and still maintain the respect for one another is huge. And I think the country should take a look at it because they've been looking at the issue that they thought was going to turn into this big blowout. So I thank everybody. That's all I have to say. So moving on to the town attorney's, town manager's report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors and guests. I would just thank Jim for bringing to our attention. We did have a very, very good and comprehensive town council orientation where all of our department heads came in on a Saturday morning. We spent several hours together. I know the presentations this evening show challenges that we have, but the PowerPoints that our directors did on Saturday the 13th show the accomplishments and the services that this community offers, and they're second to none in the state of Connecticut. So I would recommend anybody who's interested to see what this community offers to our citizens to go on the town manager website. Each and every PowerPoint is there. You can see all of the accomplishments, all the services, but also some of the challenges there that we'll be looking at in the budget. And I appreciate the attention of the council, all of you who came, and your receptiveness to meeting early and often on the budget this year. And that's my report for tonight.
Beautiful. Thank you, Chris. Moving on, reports of special committees. Deputy Mayor Pisner.
I just have one announcement. The Enfield Community Cares. This is a new nonprofit. They're actually out of Manchester. And what they're trying to do is connect volunteers and our elderly community to partner together to do tasks. Maybe it's shoveling snow, maybe it's mowing lawns, maybe it's helping with groceries. The only thing I've seen on social media was the meeting that they had on Thursday, which they just had at the Senior Center. There will be another meeting this Wednesday at 6 p.m. at the library. So if anybody is interested, this is for people who want to help and people who are in need of help. And again, it's a nonprofit. They're starting this up on their own. But I think this could be really important in Enfield. So if you are interested in helping out, or maybe you need help, there is another meeting this Wednesday at 6 o'clock at the library. Thank you.
Just quickly, I'd like to give the council an update on Mass Mutual. They submitted their final plans to the town on Friday. The administrative review team has addressed all the changes that the town requested. Everything's been updated, and it's now in the hands of Inland Wetlands and Planning and Zoning.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Moving on to unfinished business. There is none. New business. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion.
And a second? Motion's made and seconded. Councilman Ludwig.
Just real quick, and I will certainly defer to Councilor Sakala on item 2. I think we had this item real quick in the general governance, and I just wanted to give credit or kudos to the church in Hartford that we're covering the interest here, and the church, to their credit, which is called Metropolitan Community Church of Hartford, has agreed to help cover the taxes for the individual. So again, a nice partnership, and again, for Councilor Hendrickson and Councilor Casala, we just wanted to mention that because, again, we wanted to give the church credit for stepping up and helping out their churchgoer.
Beautiful. Any other? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? 10 in favor, and 1 council member is absent. Councilman Finger is absent. So, done. Okay, moving on to appointments. The Patriot Award Committee. A vacancy exists for a member. Recommendation is Kelsey McGuire, and this will be till July 31st, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to close nominations. All in favor of closing nominations? Okay, now I'll entertain a motion.
Already was approved.
No, for her.
I'd like to make a motion.
Here we go. No, we're
Already
going to
did.
vote on it.
No, I know, then you go vote.
Vote. You need to take a vote.
Roll call.
No, on appointments, we just show of hands.
Counselor Hendrickson.
That's,
By show of hands.
yeah,
Just
it's
a
by
show
show
of
of
hands.
hands.
Show of hands.
All in favor? That's how we've always done it, as show of hands. All right. Okay, it's unanimous. Moving on, Patriot Award Committee, the term of office of Deborah McCarthy expired. Reappointment would be till 7/31/25.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded.
Move to close nominations.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to close nominations. All in favor of closing nominations? It's unanimous. And all in favor of Deborah McCarthy? It is unanimous. Welcome back, Deborah. Resolution regarding Union Square development. I believe we're going to leave that tabled tonight. Request for transfer of funds for modification to 810 Enfield Street.
And Donald's back.
Would you like
Absolutely.
a synopsis first?
Please.
All right. Donald and John have returned. They did so well earlier in the evening. This is their second act. Bookends. This is a project you're aware of. It was regarding the purchase of 810 Enfield Street next door. It is intended, hopefully going forward, that the building department and planning department will be relocated to that service to give a one-stop shopping to residents, developers, and people looking to do projects within town to make it more efficient. It had been anticipated, the renovations to comply, and you can ask questions with the American Disabilities Act, and redoing the entrance and some other upgrades inside would be around $200,000. We do have available, as you can see, the amount from the ARPA sweep in the amount of $152,000. So there may be a shortfall. We're bringing that forward, but we wanted to at least be able to go out to bid and find out what the true amount is. We'll come back before anything's awarded so that you know. If it's highly excessive, then we'll have to regroup. If it's close, then we would ask for an additional appropriation. And with that, they're available to answer your questions on the project, if there are any.
So we haven't moved the question, we move the question first? Yes. Or read the resolution? Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Be it resolved that in accordance with Chapter 6, Section 8F of the Town Charter, the following transfer is hereby made from COVID-19 Fund to COVID-19 Fund of $152,268.65. Date prepared, 1/19/24, prepared by John Wilcox.
So moved.
Motion's made
Yes.
and seconded. Councilman Ludwig.
I just wanted for the record, this money is all coming from ARPA? There's no general fund in here now?
That's correct.
And so, so are we now, is this, we're tapped out, or is there still a little left? We don't,
This will use up everything that we have available that is known right now. I mean, we have some projects that are in process that might have a little bit or something left over. Once we complete them, we'll know better, but this is everything that we have right now.
thank you. I will support this because it's ARPA money and it's not coming out of our general fund. So I will support this. Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, I think, go ahead, Councilman Hendrickson.
I will also support it for its ARPA funds. I'm hoping there is no shortfall. Donald kind of make it work somehow in that range there. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, I think this is a great use of the building. Move-in development services over there, everybody under one roof, one building, one-stop shopping. Walk in and greet the development services coordinator, and she takes you step by step through it. I think Enfield's been lacking that for years, and I'm looking forward to see this get accomplished. So, again, I agree with Councilman Hendrickson, but I have all the faith in the world in both of you that you will make this happen. So I will also be supporting this. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Hendrickson?
Yes.
Counselor Ludwig?
4.
Counselor Mangini?
4.
Counselor Nasuda?
4.
Mayor Nelson?
4.
Deputy Mayor Pisner? 4. Counselor Santinella?
4.
Counselor Ungary? 4. Counselor Sakala?
4.
Counselor Crisati?
4.
Counselor Finger?
4.
Unanimous.
Okay. Moving on. E, request for transfer of WPCF funds for construction related to services, $75,000. This past year, the WPCF has experienced record amounts of rainfall that has significantly increased the frequency of emergency sewer lateral repairs. The WPCF has exhausted funding in the current operating budget to make the necessary repairs. There is available funding in salaries to offset the cost of these repairs. There will be no budget impact. Recommendation that the Town Council approves the following resolution. I hereby certify that the above stated funds are available as of January 18th, 2024 by John Wilcox. Be it resolved that in accordance with Chapter 6, Section 8F of the Town Charter, the following transfer is hereby made. From water pollution control salaries $75,000. 2, water pollution control construction-related services, $75,000. Date prepared, 1/18/24, prepared by Donald T. Nunes.
So moved.
Motion's made and seconded. Any questions? I just want to thank you both because in leadership, it was $100,000 and you guys found $25,000. And I think that's what we're all looking for. And we really appreciate every little bit helps. And thank you. So roll call, please.
Counselor Hendrickson?
4.
Counselor Ludwig?
4.
Counselor Mangini?
4.
Counselor Nasuda?
4.
Mayor Nelson?
4.
Deputy Mayor Pisner?
4.
Counselor Santinella?
4.
Counselor Ungary?
4.
Counselor Sakala?
4.
Counselor Crisati?
4.
Counselor Finger?
4.
Unanimous in favor.
Beautiful. Thank you. Moving
Thank you,
on.
gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Okay, moving on. Resolution regarding adopting the policy and procedures for the Enfield Town Council meeting. There is no budget impact. The recommendation is the Town Council adopt the following resolution. Be it resolved that the Enfield Town Council does hereby adopt policy and procedures for Enfield Town Council meetings dated January 8th, 2024. Date prepared 1/18/24, prepared by the Town Manager's Office. Motion? Motion's made.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Questions? Councilman Mangini.
Thank you. I want to thank the committee that worked very hard on this revision to the revision to the revision of this policy. However, I will not be supporting it. And the reason for my not supporting it can be found on page 5, where you have struck out any public member desiring to address the council. And the reason I think it's important that a public member be allowed to speak, all people should be allowed to speak, but aside from that, a public member more than likely will be a school teacher, will be a property owner that doesn't live in Enfield. And I think once we start doing that, we're precluding the person's right to his opinion. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Can I just explain one thing to you, Cindy? In the change says resident and/or taxpayer. So business owner can come in and speak, whether they live here or not. If you own property here and you don't live in town, you can come here and speak. So we covered everybody. And what we're concerned about is employees of the town have to go through a union. And we've had conversations with Councilman Finger about this. In the rare exception that something that you're concerned about comes up, we can always make a motion to suspend the rules and allow that person to speak. But on certain cases, like two weeks ago, it was proposed agenda items only to speak. It doesn't matter who brought it up, but it was. And if we had agreed to that last meeting, tonight wouldn't have happened. These people wouldn't have been able to speak because it wasn't on the agenda. We're not saying that. People have a right to come up and talk to us about whatever they want, but they need to be Enfield taxpayers and/or residents to cover what you're concerned about.
Teachers, many teachers who teach in this town, teach our children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, may not be residents, but they have a vested interest in our town by way of teaching children, and they're being precluded from speaking. That's wrong, in my opinion. So I can't agree to that.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Roll call, please.
Counselor Hendrickson?
4.
Counselor Ludwig?
4.
Counselor Mangini?
Against.
Counselor Nasuda?
4.
Mayor Nelson?
4.
Deputy Mayor Pisner?
4.
Counselor Santinella?
Against.
Counselor Ungary.
For.
Counselor Sakala.
Against.
Counselor Crisati.
Against.
Counselor Finger.
For.
7 in favor, 4 against. No
Okay,
abstentions.
Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on. Resolution determining the number of early voting locations for the upcoming April 2024 presidential primary. I did request that both register of voters be present.
Gentlemen, come up.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make a motion to move the reading.
You don't like the way I read? Jesus.
John, I'd like the full, you want
I withdraw my motion.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor of waiving the reading? Beautiful. So, there is no budget impact. Tell us what you got, guys.
So we're here today to talk about early voting. The state has come out with the early voting draft guidelines, and in that, municipalities with populations of 20,000 or more have to say whether they want to have one polling location or they want to add an additional one to have two. Lou and I have exhaustively gone through it. We are in favor of one polling location for a myriad of reasons, which I'll bullet point in a second, that'll be held in this building 20 feet from our office. The state is requiring us to staff early voting. We've come up with a staffing model that looks like 6 people for each day with revolving people, because the people that do our polls right now can't work every single day. A lot of them in their later years. So that's going to be a monumental task. The one we're speaking of for April is a 4-day early voting period, which will be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday, skipping Good Friday and Easter, of course, for that. If we did do a second location, it would double the staffing cost, basically adding about $26,000 annually to our election costs. In addition to that, we'll have to run a dedicated CVRS trunk to the location we pick. Right now, Town Hall has CVRS access for the state. To run that in another facility will take presumably months, and I don't think we could get it in time. With notifications that have to be done with the state, with the public, it just doesn't make sense to even try to do it. Now, if we had gotten this back in November, when they originally were going to give it to us, we would have some extra time to do that if we chose to. Barring that, we feel, both Lou and I, very strongly that one location can handle it. Lastly, I'll say that we've researched other states that have done this in the past, and as our conversations, we talked, Councilor Sandell and I talked on Friday, Massachusetts did 18% their first time in early voting. It's 18% turnout of the electorate. We feel that we're going to be somewhere around there, maybe as high as 2025. Typically, that election would be around a 60% turnout as a whole, but with early voting, same day, obvious polling, and absentee voting, it's spreading these numbers out quite a bit. And we just don't see the need to do 2 locations. So your task tonight is to decide what to do, and then we have to get that back to the state next week for the state.
February 1st.
Yeah, February 1st.
Pretty close.
Close enough.
Pretty close. So if I can expand on it.
Absolutely.
If I can expand on a technical end. I know Tom kind of touched on it. I mean, basically, because of cybersecurity, we have a state registration system that's called CVRS. And to cut through the chase, not to get too technical, basically there's a dedicated frontier line into this building for access to that system that we use and the town clerk's office uses. And a dedicated, what they call router. I think all of you probably know what a router is. You have Wi-Fi at home. Another dedicated router the state gave us. If we were to go to another location, we would have to get Frontier to install another dedicated data line into that building, and we'd have to get the state of Connecticut to give us a router. So I'm not saying that's not undoable. It's undoable now for this presidential primary for sure. That's not going to happen. And I think Tom and I also believe that the same percentage of turnout in the August, let's be honest, we know there's going to be some August primaries, right? We got 58th, 59th state Senate, we have the congressional, and we have the actual U.S. Senate. So there's going to be some primaries there. We also believe that we probably don't need a second location for that particular primary because the turnout's kind of low, especially in August. But, November, I think we're willing to, after we get through this early voting part, especially in April, see how we handle it. I think we're willing to kind of, maybe look at that if we think we need a second location or this building can't handle it and we have to move, period, to another larger facility. The problem is, I think Tom alluded to it again, is for this presidential primary, it's only 4 days of early voting. For August, there's 7 days. For the November election, there's 14 days. So where are we going to get a room or facility large enough that they're going to give us dedicated, secure environment for 2 weeks? That's going to be a problem for us, even if we stay here. That's a problem for a lot of towns in Connecticut, to be quite frank with you. Most of the people who do early voting are doing it on a county level. They're not doing it 169 separate entities with 2 registrar voters and a town clerk. So it's just a whole different genre. As Tom alluded, we're going to have 5 or 6 workers in the early voting area, which we plan on using the Enfield room. 3 of them will be, at a minimum, 3 of them will be our management staff, our moderators or system moderators that you guys have probably seen in the voting places, the ones that are certified by Connecticut. And plus, between the 4 of us, Tom, myself, and our 2 deputies, there will probably always be 2 of us here.
There's 2 other points that Lou makes a good point. We have to be here for this. So we can't just say, well, I only work Tuesdays
Or our
and Fridays.
deputies, yeah.
And he works Mondays and Wednesdays. Tony, you cover it. Security for this is just like a regular election. So somebody comes in to vote, we have to make sure by this state new regulation that we are here, not all of us, but at least 2 of us are here each day to handle problems. There's a Republican and a Democrat. The other thing is, the other thing is the first one and the second one, like Lou said, are primaries and are going to be probably lower turnout. But if, let's say, they get busy and wow, the 38% of Enfield showed up for this primary. Now we have time to readjust because the way we read this, the state says we have to let them know each election whether we're having 1 or 2 locations. So it's not all or nothing, but we'll be able to ease into it if we need to for, as Lou mentioned, November.
So the bad part is, sorry, everybody, you're going to see us again, because our interpretation is we have to come in front of you and go through this
Well, we'll have
every
stats
election.
at that point, be able to say, this is what we did, and here's why it makes no sense or it makes a lot of sense. And lastly, the security of the actual ballots, because the ballots are going to be put into envelopes and signed by the voter, and then put in a ballot box. Every single day, those ballots are going to be taken across the hall, downstairs, brought into our office, and you remember, some of you that were here, remember buying us those beautiful fire safe, because we were out of, we were against the rules, we had non-fire safe, and we spent the money and got the lockable fire safe. Well, we have the security fire safe down there where we can put
the cabinets,
where we can put sealed, locked bank bags with ballots in them from 20 feet away. We have a second location. They have to be carded. They have to have 2 people bringing them over after they're done at night. And it just creates a problem for the town clerk, it creates a problem for us, it's another set of hands on the ballots.
But eventually they'll end up in the town clerk's vault every day. And we've been in consultation. The town clerk's we've run a lot of these ideas by Sheila a lot, and she's been part of a conversation. She's not responsible for a lot of this. She's been part of our conversations. So I don't want to speak for her, I think she's on board with what we're going to do.
Good.
Any questions?
Well, I want to thank you, Lou, for coming. I did ask Tom. I know you had other plans, but I want the public to see this isn't a political move. We're not trying to control voting.
Nope.
We have a Democrat and a Republican register of voters working together, and this is a decision they both agree strongly on. So thank you for changing your plans and coming in.
Thank you.
Councilman Ludwig.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be real brief. I appreciate what you're doing for the first 2, but I think November, I mean, can we be as far in advance planned as possible? So when you come back in the summer, I know you'll be looking at August. And I agree with you, there'll probably be primaries, but, I mean,
We'll know,
I agree,
I think-
mean, but it's
know. We'll
14
know in
days.
April.
I know, but my point is 14 days, you're saying, it's a long time for voting and then securing the ballot. I mean, so not giving you any more work, but I mean, if you have a plan in the summer and you have an idea of the cost, I'd like to see it then if possible, so we can approve it and give
We
you
would
plenty
have
of
to,
time.
'cause we have-
Give you plenty of time what you need to do.
Mike, we have to get back to the state before each election
Yeah.
by a certain date.
Right.
And it's 120 days before for a regular
Right,
election.
so we got 3 months, we have to tell them we're doing 3 months before.
4 months.
Right?
Yeah, but I can assure you, I know you're not going to want to hear this because I know the budget requests have been kind of, locked, but there's no way on our budget that
No,
we can
I
now do.
hear you, yeah.
You think about, so you are going to unfortunately see a good increase in our budget request this year because think about it, we got to do 14 days of early voting with employees.
Right. And again, I appreciate
Yeah.
the fact that you're coming here budget-wise, but also security-wise. I mean, I know you both take it very seriously.
We do.
Everyone's ballot matters, so
Yep.
thank you.
Yep.
And I
It should
agree,
be
that's why,
noted, Mike, just
that's what I'm
to-
saying
not
this
to
summer
interrupt
if we
you, Mike,
can.
but it should be noted that, Enfield, we enjoy the highest quality historical, let's get this vote right, let's get the ballots right, let's make sure the counts are right. It blows me away, and Lou, you've been doing this longer than I am.
10 years.
If we have in the last 5 elections, one vote that we question, that's a big deal. And we're surrounded by the world of, bags of ballots just mysteriously appearing. Doesn't happen in Enfield, and God hoping it'll never happen.
But I would like to mention, again, when we do this in concert, I can't do enough kudos to the town clerk's office, the assistant town clerk and Sheila, the town clerk. Really, we do work hand in hand, and we probably, if the state laws allowed us, we probably would work more hand in hand, but they don't. There's definitely
So
division.
Lou, I owe you something, because again, we chatted when you did the recount. So again, you were professional. I appreciate it, and thank you for showing. So I told you I'd say it publicly, so I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Appreciate that, Mike. Thank you very much, Councilman Ludwig.
So the state of Connecticut is not covering the cost of this?
Well, let me back up. For this particular budget cycle, which, ends July 1st, right, John? I think July 1st, somewhere around there. We are going to be receiving a $10,500 check anytime now. That basically we're going to turn right over to,
General fund.
Finance is going to go into the general fund. As of this time, the state legislature has not budgeted any money for the municipalities for 24-25. So we're on at this point, we're on our own. I know, Stephanie Thomas, the Secretary of State, has been a big advocate of getting the town's money. Every time she meets in her caucus, she's been trying to get them to do something in
As
appropriations.
our reps are, too.
But at this point, no. The next budget cycle, we have no money coming.
So
That's
it's
been
more,
pounded, and they basically come back and say, we're working on it, we're trying.
Right.
But we have to take the attitude that we've got $10,500 to cover, $30,000 in expenses.
well, my point is, when you come in for your budget,
Yeah.
this is due to an unfunded mandate that you have no choice but to follow. We have no choice but to fund. And unfortunately, it's problems like these that force the hand of municipalities to do stuff they don't like to do. So,
Yeah.
but again.
I'm not going to disagree, and I can't tell you the Secretary of State has been harping that same message in the halls down at Hartford.
Right.
The good news is we've given back money the last several years, most years, because we have to plan on that unknown primary that sometimes doesn't happen. So at the end of the year, it feels good for us to be able to give back some money that we didn't need to spend. Unfortunately, this year is not going to be one of those.
And I think we'll end up giving money back this year too, just not as much as we normally do, because we ended up having 3 elections.
I like Lou's better than yours, Tom.
There will be
okay?
some money, just not as much as normal, because we had 3 elections. We had a primary, and so it'd be a bit less than normal. 'Cause
Completely understandable.
we always budget for 2.
Well, I just want to say, I think our registrar's office is a smooth machine, and what you guys do, especially around election time, for what you get paid, is unbelievable. And I personally appreciate everything you guys do for us. So, Councilman, or Deputy Mayor Pisner?
I was actually going to ask the question about the money. That was going to be my question too, because I had heard that we weren't getting much. But I thank you both. You've put a lot of time and effort into this. I have every confidence that it will go great. And, we're going to give you what you need. We have to. We have to have a good vote. So, thank you.
Last thing I'm going to say is, we're sitting here listening to the amount of work that they just got forced on them by the state of Connecticut, and it's not going to change. So, they don't have a union. They don't have contracts to come in front of us. They don't have yearly raises and stuff. So I, for one, would like to look at the last time they got an increase and maybe have a discussion about, showing them how much we appreciate the hard work they do. Just something to discuss at budget time. I mean it. They're the most underlooked department the town has, so.
Well, we do.
We appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, we do. And so thank you, Mr. Mayor. But we do, the early voting, I have to admit, our office, ourselves and our 2 deputies, not the whole team. Because of early voting now in August, we lose all of July and August now.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the office here. There's no vacations. There's no more trying to sneak in a week and maybe a couple days. We're in here because we have to get ready 2 or 3 weeks ahead of time.
Yep.
So.
Councilman Santinella.
Just a question. So can we hire more people temporarily so that it's not just the 2 of you?
No.
Or
We have to do that as well.
can you hire more deputies? Can you?
No, we can only have one deputy. You can only have one. We can do assistant registrars, and that, we haven't really talked about that, Councilman Santinella. We can. So the answer is it's not in our. There's a little bit in our budget for what we call seasonal help. We did leave something in there for seasonal. So we could hire what they call assistant registrars. They're not deputies. Can only have one deputy. So the answer is yes. We could identify someone else to come in and help us.
So I'm sorry, just not to interrupt you, but I did interrupt you. But
That's okay.
What's Hartford do? They've got more than 2 of these.
Well, again, Hartford, the cities, Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, Norwalk, Stamford, they have staffs of, like Gigi and Hartford has a staff of 8, 9 people. They're full-time. They're full-time employees that are getting benefits. Tom and I and our 2 deputies are stipend. We don't get any benefits from the town. We're on a stipend thing. We can't collect unemployment or anything of that nature. That was something that was appropriately done about a year or 2 before I became a registrar. I've been a registrar 10 years now. So, but a lot of the cities, they're full-time employees that are, 40 hours a week, if not more, with overtime, full benefits, pension, the whole thing. So I don't think there's very few towns our size that are doing that, to be quite frank with you.
Okay, so there's not enough work all year to hire more people full-time, but we have this flex time where we need more people.
So
Okay,
we can cover
got it.
the workers.
Yep.
That's not a problem.
That's not a
We have
problem.
enough time
It's
to
just the
do
2
it.
of you.
We'll
Yeah.
add a few here, get some double shifts for people,
okay.
split shifts.
All right.
We've got a
Thank you.
good resource there.
Yeah.
Where we're running into the trouble is that's becoming a full-time job for us for a good part of the year.
And I'm looking at Steve. I know Steve's left. Did he leave for the? Well, because Steve and I went through, you were here, yeah, Tom, Steve, and I went through, we did have an administrative assistant at one time. It wasn't working out after she left, and we really couldn't
just
fill
said,
the
"Let's do the position. work,"
And we said, let's do the work. And I remember Steve Belinda saying, you guys sure you want to do this? So now, 6 years later, it's like,
That was
uh-oh.
that was $28,000 that the Department of Registrar of Voters spent on that person.
Right.
And we just said, let's us do it. And we went before the council back then, and we said, give us a little bit of money in our stipend, and we'll take that responsibility on, and we gave the money back to the town. And it's worked great. It's kept us sharp.
But now we have early voting.
And now we have early voting.
Yeah.
It's called
I remember Steve going, hey, sure you guys want to do this? Yeah.
Okay.
So we're hoping you pass this resolution tonight, because if you do, then we can turn around and send out to the Secretary of State, you guys approve our plan. Again, we will be back, for the August one, and then, of course, after that, for the November one.
Right.
And back to Mike, just to finish, you'll have plenty of time. We'll know, and we'll come to you ahead of a meeting like this and say, look, we need to get together because here's the results. Here's what we think is going to happen next time based on what's happened this time. And decide whether or not to recommend going to a second or staying with just one location. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, roll call, please.
Counselor Hendrickson.
4.
Counselor Ludwig.
4.
Counselor Mangini.
4.
Counselor Nasuda.
4.
Mayor Nelson.
4.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
4.
Counselor Santinella.
4.
Counselor Ungary.
4.
Counselor Sakala.
4.
Counselor Crissati.
4.
Counselor Finger.
4.
Unanimous in favor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Have a
guys.
great
You're
night.
everybody. All of you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, moving on to H.
Mr. Mayor, before you take it off the table, I would just like to share, we were asked for a copy of the form, I guess the last time there was an appointment in regard to this, and I think there was some sentiment that instead of the manager being the designee, perhaps it should be an elected official. We put this on very quickly. It was because CROG asked for somebody to be an alternate. If you think there's any sense that somebody wants to serve other than me to go, please, I won't be offended not to have to go to Hartford to the CROG meetings if the mayor can't. So if there's anybody who's interested in that, I would say leave it on the table, talk to your caucuses. There's no rush. I will be going with the mayor this week, and you could let us know for the next meeting. Bob's laughing.
Yeah, so
I am laughing.
so I can comment. I'm the one that, and again, because I like to be consistent. I gave the former, look, fairness. I gave the former town manager. I think that's why I want to see the resolution, because I thought she was our representative, and I want to make sure I'm consistent. Not that you shouldn't be, but again, that should be an elected official at these things.
Yep.
And that was my point then, and I want to be consistent now.
And I was unaware of that,
Yeah.
so when we got the resolution and sent it out today, I said, why don't we table it, talk in your caucuses, if there's interest for somebody to go, I would be very happy to have them be designated.
I am the elected official.
I'll-
He's just the alternate.
No, but I want to just see. I think Chris said I want to see the former resolution.
He sent
We
it.
got it.
Oh, I didn't look
I
at
sent it to you.
I didn't look at my email. I'm sorry.
So-
All right.
If he hasn't had an opportunity, but
Yeah.
I did get it for
No, we passed it that town manager was the alternate. I was the representative.
I'm
Yeah.
still abstaining because I voted no. I'm abstaining here. Then that's fine.
But that's what you wanted.
But I know if it was the same resolution as Bob is saying.
You have a copy in your email.
I don't have my email.
All right.
So,
I'm just-
yeah.
I didn't mean to confuse things. It's just that he made that statement last time. I'm just saying if there is interest for somebody else to go and you want to consider it, we can wait till February. If nobody is interested other than sending me, then I'll be the designee. Oh, well, then I'm in.
All right, resolution appointing an alternate to the Capital Region Council of Governments, whereas the town of Enfield wishes to appoint an alternate to the Capital Region Council of Governments, CROG, and whereas the CROG bylaws state that an alternate may be designated by the town's appointing authority when the chief elected official is unofficial to attend the CROG Policies Board meetings. And whereas Christopher Bromson is qualified to represent the town's interest at CROG's meetings. There is no budget impact. It's recommended that the town council adopt the following resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Enfield appoints Christopher Bromson as an alternate to the CROG Policy Board. Date prepared, 1/11/24, prepared by the town manager's office.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Questions? Seeing none. And we actually have a meeting at CROG on Wednesday, but we're probably going to be late because we got sidelined and we have to meet Senator Kissel in the Capitol an hour before that. So, and the meeting with Senator Kissel kind of takes precedence. So, roll call.
Counselor Hendrickson.
4.
Counselor Ludwig.
Abstain.
Counselor Mangini.
4.
Counselor Nasuda.
4.
Mayor Nelson.
4.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
4.
Counselor Santinella.
4.
Counselor Ungary.
4.
Counselor Sakala.
4.
Counselor Crissati.
4.
Counselor Finger.
4.
10 in favor, none against, 1 abstention.
Resolution regarding a solar farm on Town Farm Road property. There is no budget impact. It is the recommendation of the Town Council to adopt the following resolution. Be it resolved, the Enfield Town Council does not support the construction installation of the proposed solar photovoltaic electric generating facility Cowilically, and my wife challenged me on this word again and again and again, and I know I messed it up. And Christopher, stop using lawyer language in these. Known as solar farm, as a solar farm on property at 141 Town Farm Road. Be it further resolved, the town manager is authorized to send a letter of no support to the Connecticut Siting Council regarding the above referenced facility at such time as an application for such a facility is filed with the Connecticut Siting Council. Date prepared 1/18/24, prepared by the Town Attorney's Office.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Questions? Councilman Ludwig.
I just want to thank you for putting this together. Again, this is, in my opinion, one of the most important things we're doing right now to help support those folks out on Abbey Road and Town Farm Road. So thank you. I support the resolution, but my only request, if and when they submit the application, again, I understand the residents are the intervener. It doesn't have to be in a resolution. I want to request a public hearing so those folks get a chance, we all get a chance to speak, and the Siting Council comes to Enfield, and none of this submit paperwork stuff that they have in there. If they're going to come here and put that farm in people's backyards, then they need to be here in our town. So that's my only request for that. I support this and thank you.
Okay, roll call.
Counselor Hendrickson.
4.
Counselor Ludwig.
4.
Counselor Mangini.
4.
Counselor Nasuda.
4.
Mayor Nelson.
4.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
4.
Counselor Santinella.
4.
Counselor Ungary.
4.
Counselor Sakala.
4.
Counselor Crissati.
4.
Counselor Finger.
4.
Unanimous in favor.
Resolution to prohibit parking on Francis Avenue. In order to eliminate some of the quality of life complaints and concerns for the public safety access on Francis Avenue, the Town Council wants to permanently prohibit all parking between the hours of 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. on Francis Avenue, 7 days a week. There is no budget impact. Recommendation to approve the resolution to prohibit all parking on Francis Avenue, 7 days a week between the hours of 9 p.m., 6 a.m. Be it resolved that the Enfield Town Council does hereby prohibit all parking on Francis Avenue 7 days a week between the hours of 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. Date prepared 1/16/24, prepared by the Town Manager's Office.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Comments? Councilman Hendrickson.
I am against prohibiting any parking. I'd like to make an amendment to this. I'd like to amend it to go back to the residential parking only. I also want to change it to 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
I'll second that.
Comments on the amendment? Councilman Finger.
Through the mayor to the town manager. So if the amendment was to go through and pass, how are you going to handle the residents if they have parties and stuff on that street, whereas residential only? Are we going to do something like they did down for Powder Hollow, get special parking permits for them, things like that?
We will recognize the assistant town manager because he had headed this up and is going to be following it going forward as well.
When we did it for the temporary parking, we already had decals printed for the residents. So they came in the office and we allocated whatever they needed they showed us their registration that they lived there, and we gave them parking decals, and we told them what to put on the windshield. It's that way their officers can see it on their rear windshield. So I would imagine it would be something similar to that.
So there'd be no issues with them going and getting those. Obviously, that's between 9 and 5, but on the weekend there's nothing there. So hopefully there's no issues on the weekend when all these problems are arising. Do they get the permits on the Friday for the cover the weekend, or is it just a one-day pass thing?
No, I guess there'd be some planning ahead by them if they need to get. A lot of people already have the decals. I would imagine it'd be the same decals that they would have. I mean, I'm not sure I understand your question then.
In other words, something comes up, all right, town hall's only open 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, okay? Something comes up and the gentleman out there, they decide to have a party on Saturday. They don't have the permits to put in the people's window. You know what I'm saying? So how are we
So
gonna,
for guests that are visiting?
Bingo.
Okay. I guess they'd have to plan accordingly in where they put their cars or they're in the party. I don't know how late, if they're going to be there after 10 o'clock, how many cars they're going to have. They're going to have to plan accordingly.
So this is something that Mayor Crissati, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Doug.
You're welcome. I did the same thing Ken does all the time. So Councilor Crissati, this is one of the things that he mentioned, because I'm the chairman, as you know, for the public safety. And that's one thing, that was his idea of doing that, but I was against it at the time because I wanted to see, because I was tired of hearing about all the issues they're having. You know, I was tired of it. I wanted to help them out, and I'll be willing to support the amendment, just to let you know. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilman Mangini.
Thank you. Maybe I misunderstood, but I thought when we started this new council that the neighbors and the pub owner were talking and they were going to work things out to control traffic. That didn't happen?
It did for a while.
Oh, and then it stopped. Okay. I will not support the original resolution or the amendment because I think it's too restrictive. You know, I had a conversation with Melanie a few months back, and she had a great plan. And I can recall, I have to look at my notes, but I believe it had to do with restricting public parking Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. But this is way too restrictive. This is going to affect the public, and in the event that there has to be an emergency car park, they can't. So I think this is just too restrictive. So I have to vote no. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Crissati.
Okay, so right now there's an amendment on the table.
Correct.
And we have not voted on that. So the amendment that's on the table is 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., correct?
I have it that, so it would be all non-residential parking. Approve the resolution to prohibit all non-residential parking on Francis Avenue 7 days a week between the hours of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Right.
That's what Councilman Hendricks, that's amended, so.
I'm okay with that.
All right. Councilman, Gina, did you have your hand up? No.
Can I just ask?
Nope. Councilman Santinella.
So this is just through the mayor to the town manager, just a question about enforcement of this. So somebody parks their car there, it's ticketing is the only option, right? There's no.
Chief Fox, could you please come up and address this? Thank you.
As I understand it, without an ordinance, the police cannot tow a car or hypothetically boot the car, to your point, right? Because we need more than, here I am telling you your job. We need more than a resolution to give you the authority to actually do that. So the only option is a ticket, and that's it, right?
In a word, yes.
That's all I'm asking. Okay, so.
Towing is fraught with some secondary concerns.
Right.
And we don't own any boots. I've never seen boots applied in 41 years of law enforcement tied to a ticket. I can't imagine we'd boot to deter. And frankly, I think we're going to go down a very dangerous road to boot a car until someone comes out and pays a police officer cash to recompense for a ticket they've received.
They get booted when they don't pay 50 tickets.
No, right. I know.
Then-
It was just asked, and so I'm just trying to understand, because I think as much as we're trying desperately to help these folks with a permanent solution, right? We've got to understand the ramifications of this. And booting was suggested, and it's not. We can't do that.
Right.
So that's out. The only option we have is the ticket. That's the only option.
You can
that we have.
ticket.
That's
We
it.
could have the towing discussion, but there are some secondary concerns that would raise.
Right. And my understanding from our previous conversations is we can't tow unless we pass an ordinance that allows you to actually tow a car in that we can't by resolution direct you to tow someone's car. We have to pass an ordinance, have a public hearing, and do all of those things to effectuate that.
I think that's accurate. I think we're running into some charter issues about when we're allowed to tow.
Right, okay. And just one last question, sorry, through the mayor to the town manager. So what happens when the next neighborhood comes with a different issue and asks us to do something similar?
We got to stick to the amendment
No.
to the resolution. Then you can talk about.
No, but it's about that. It's about, because it's all tied to the same thing. It's about the amendment and what the implications of this are from a town perspective when the same kind of issue comes up with a different neighbor and we say no. What are the implications of that, if any?
I think we touched upon this at the subcommittee in regard to Scannick River Park issues because they have very limited parking. I think, Chief, 10 cars. So we did something similar with residents only. It's a few years back. I don't know in my absence if we've continued that. Perhaps the chief can respond to that. But in general, I guess you'd have to do it on a case-by-case basis. You've done it here. If there were other concerns in another area, I guess you would have to listen and consider it as well. But, Chief?
The Scantic is the one and only comparable that I'm aware of, and I do think that if you were to take a future request, that you'd be having the same discussion on that additional request.
And we told Francis Avenue no, so all right, you're all set?
Right. I just.
Councilman Finger.
So we are still working on Skidegoo because during the warm parts of the year, when they're down there using it for doing their barbecues and stuff like that, we do have, which I don't really agree with, but we do have, is our officers down there on the state property watching them, and really two vehicles, if I'm correct. One stays there at the bottom of Powder, for Powder Hollow. The other one goes back and forth to the other Scannick Park for making sure there's nobody else that's over parking. I think that's we've been doing it for down there, and the signs are still up on that Powder Ridge Road saying, resident parking only. So, I don't see what the issue is here. Like you said, it's a case-by-case basis. So I think this is the right thing to do because we're staying consistent with what we've done already once before. Thank you.
Hold on one second. Councilman Hendrickson.
The big concern with me talking to the people on Francis Ave is just the enforcement. Just because we put the policy there, they're worried it's still going to continue. The idea is to try to stop some of the noise and the disruptions that are happening on Francis Ave. I'm just hoping I know they asked about how many tickets were last year. I'm not assuming, Chief, that you have that off the top of your head, but is that something that you think will work? I'm just putting it out there.
I'm happy to get that data. You are correct. I do not have that off the top of my head. What I would say is this. We recognize that this is a concern. It certainly is a concern to the folks that are seated behind me. But as all of you are aware, it is one concern of 45,000 concerns or 44,000 concerns. And at any given point, without reaching into material on a public forum that I'm not comfortable talking about, you're aware what the midnight shift staffing is. That's also the shift that's getting the drunk driving calls, which is typically a two-person call, the domestic violence calls, two-person calls, the bar fight, two-person calls. The motor vehicle stop, somebody's wanted. I run through my midnight shift personnel very, very quickly. I understand the Francis Avenue concerns. Unfortunately, it is a competing concern along with those other calls for service that are coming in, particularly during these hours of peak worry for Francis Avenue. We encourage the residents to call. When we get an officer free to get over there, it is something that we do handle.
I understand that, and thank you for the
Yes,
answer.
sir.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Crissati.
Okay, this will be my last comment. At our last public safety meeting, you were in attendance. Didn't know to the extent that this whole issue with the complaints and concerns with the quality of life once again has surfaced. I'm ready to move forward to say, let's move forward with this resolution. I am good with the 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., ready to just we're not going to see how it goes because it's going to be permanent. Okay, so you're going to have to realize that, and realize that if there's going to be company over during that particular time frame, you're going to have to make some sort of arrangement with the cars that might be over your house. So, okay, but I'm ready to move forward and make this permanent, get it done. We've listened, we've tried doing things for over a year, and now we just want to put an end.
Okay, all I'm going to say about the amendment is the Public Safety Committee did meet, which is Councilman Finger, myself, and Councilman Crissati, and it was unanimous that it was going to be no parking, period, from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And the reason we all agreed to do that was the amount of enforcement that it would take. An officer could drive down Route 5, 30 miles an hour, look down the street. If there's a car on the street, it's getting a ticket. If there's no cars, he keeps driving. Now that officer has to turn down the street, check each and every car for that sticker, and then come back up the street. And the time difference is probably 10 minutes every time they go by. So that's why we agreed no parking. And the residents were okay with that. We did discuss in caucus this amendment that was going to come forward, and we all recognize there's a problem, and instead of losing the vote and having it stay status quo, we have agreed to change it to this because something's better than nothing. So I don't like the amendment, but I don't want this to fail. So I will support it. And I'm sorry, Chief, we tried to make it a little easier on you because you got bigger things to worry about at 2 o'clock in the morning. So,
We certainly defer to the council's preference. I understand this is a very difficult subject.
Right.
It has been for some time.
right. Oh, Councilman Mangini.
Thank you. Thank you for your explanation, Mayor Nelson. Appreciate it. Chief, thank you
Yes, ma'am.
very much, and your staff. Another good point that was made. Again, it's going to have a heavy weight placed on our PD, and our PD is all over the place trying to do their job. You know, manpower is tough as it is, and that's yet another reason I can't support this. Thank you.
All right. Okay, all in favor of the amendment? Ten in favor? Opposed? One against? Okay. Now, the new resolution is going to read basically, approve the resolution to prohibit all non-residential parking on Francis Avenue 7 days a week between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Correct?
Correct. Yep.
You're good with that, Bob? Okay, roll call, please.
Second.
Yep. Questions? Oh, I thought you just said,
He was
okay.
just clarifying the amendment. You guys already seconded it.
All right. Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Hendrickson.
4.
Counselor Ludwig.
4.
Counselor Mangini.
Against.
Counselor Nasuda.
4.
Mayor Nelson.
4.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
4.
Counselor Santinella.
4.
Counselor Ungary.
4.
Counselor Sakala.
4.
Counselor Crissati.
4.
Counselor Finger.
4.
10 in favor, 1 against, no abstentions.
Okay, moving on. Request for transfer of funds for public safety distracted driving grant. The distracted driving grant has been approved for the town of Enfield. The grant is reimbursed to the town at 100%. The money will replenish the overtime accounts for the cost of the distracted driving enforcement overtime. There will be no budget impact. It is recommended that the town council approve the following resolution of authorization. Certification, I hereby certify that the above stated funds are available as of 1/10/24 by John A. Wilcox, Director of Finance. Be it resolved that in accordance with Chapter 6, Section 8F of the Town Charter, the following transfer is hereby made from Distracted Driving Enforcement Program of $24,804 to Distracted Driving Enforcement Program Overtime $23,452, Medicare $359, Workers' Comp $992, and Unemployment $1. Date prepared 1/10/24, prepared by Sergeant Matthew Meyer.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Questions, comments? Councilman
Real
Ludwig.
Sorry, dumb question. What qualifies as distracted driving? Is it just simply the phone, or is there other? Just curious. Sorry.
It's the phone for 99.9% of situations.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Actually, thank you. That's it.
Chief, is this a particular assignment to an officer, or can you allocate this anytime he pulls somebody over for being on a phone?
No, it would be a specific assignment to officers. We could do it either in a spot check format, or we could do it with roving patrols. It's very similar to click at a ticket or the DUI enforcement grant. State money that goes to you, you effectively front it. That's what this is. And the state reimburses you at 100%.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Hendrickson.
4.
Counselor Ludwig.
4.
Counselor Mangini.
4.
Counselor Nasuda.
4.
Mayor Nelson.
4.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
4.
Counselor Santinella.
4.
Counselor Ungary.
4.
Counselor Sakala.
4.
Counselor Crissati.
4.
Counselor Finger.
4.
Unanimous in favor.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good
Chief,
evening.
and thank you for
everything tonight, Chief.
Okay, moving on. Resolution referring the independent review and evaluation of the Town of Enfield 2021 revaluation to the State Office of Policy and Management. Dated January 1st, 2023, Attorney Mario Coppola completed his report entitled Independent Review and Evaluation of the Town of Enfield 2021 Revaluation for the Town Council. During the January 8th, 2024 Town Council meeting, Town Councilor Sakala made a motion to put on the January 22nd Town Council agenda a resolution to forward the above referenced final report to the Connecticut State Office of Policy Management. The Town Councilor Santinella seconded the motion. There is no budget impact. The Town Council considers the above referenced resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Town Council refers the independent review and evaluation of Town of Enfield 2021 revaluation to the State Office of Policy and Management. Date prepared 1/19/2024, prepared by Town Manager's Office.
So moved.
Motion's made and seconded. Questions, comments, concerns?
Yep. So this is ground we've all covered before multiple times, and it's been in policy and procedure for quite some time, and still some of the results of the review are being considered, and we've made, even in this council, some changes as a result of what's in the document. The office that has oversight over the tax assessor and the Board of Assessment Appeals at the state level is the Office of Policy and Management. And we have gone through the effort of doing this review, which was a fair, complete, independent review that had a number of recommendations. And we spent $120,000 on that review. And all we're asking is to give this to the Office of Policy and Management for their consideration and review, and to offer us their insights as to what, if any, recommendations they have on that entire process, so that we can finally put this to bed with their input and let them comment as to whether or not the findings in there were legitimate or they have a different perspective. And that's what's being asked here.
Councilman Ludwig.
So, I mean, I've been clear, I've been against this, but I don't want it to take away from the good work that I think Councilor Sakala, Councilor Santinella, and myself did on general governance to actually get things passed. That, again, that last meeting, actually, the policy actually proved effective where we kept someone in 490 status as opposed to forcing them off because they couldn't afford, they were in between paperwork and they were in between, and of course, they're going to get hit with a big tax increase. I understand the point. I'm against this. I think there's one other piece that I think we have to look at, which is the nonprofit piece, which I'm willing to look at. Respect Councilor Santinella's opinion on this one, but I have to respectfully disagree, and I've been consistent, just for the record, again, but I appreciate his comments.
I also do not support this. It's been beat to death. I wouldn't have supported the 120-something thousand for the report right off the get-go because I think we resolved most of it sitting in a room with the two people across from each other. And why didn't we just go to OPM before we spent the 120,000? I mean, this is just a last-ditch effort to try to revive something that we're trying to move beyond. The signs are down in town. You know, everybody's calmed down. We still have a little bit more work to do inside the building. But other than that, I think we're healing as a community and we're ready to move on. So I don't support this either. Any other questions? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Hendrickson.
Against.
Counselor Ludwig.
Against.
Counselor Mangini.
For.
Counselor Nasuda.
Against.
Mayor Nelson.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
Against.
Counselor Santinella.
For.
Counselor Ungary.
Against.
Counselor Sakala.
For.
Counselor Crissati.
For.
Counselor Finger.
Against.
4 in favor, 7 against, 0 abstentions.
Okay. Somebody want to waive the reading?
I make a motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Really?
Excuse me for
Oh, son of a gun.
reading, I'm saying it right?
Steve, when you're prepared, Steve can give a quick synopsis.
We've already had it, I think. We're good. Yeah, yeah, I will. Yep. This is a resolution to reallocate a temporary part-time clerical position in economic and community development.
Mr. Mayor.
Just really quickly,
Just-
we're
I-
repurposed.
Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. We are all on board with this. This was.
I know. That's
okay.
why I said, I don't need a report from him.
I'm just,
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Right. I think we're good with it.
That completes
Steve.
my report.
All right, thank you.
Let's vote before someone changes their mind.
Great job,
Talk about
Steve. That was
dragging
wonderful.
something out, Steve. Okay, roll call, please.
Oh, we haven't.
We did.
We don't know, we had a motion to waive, we never, right?
Oh,
Don't
Motion to waive, second.
No, motion to
we already
approve.
did
Oh,
that.
motion to approve, second.
No,
Second.
You made your own
Second.
Motion to approve, I don't.
Second, yeah.
Okay, the
getting
motion's
way too
made and been seconded. Any
John's will have to-
communications? No. Roll call, please.
Counselor Hendrickson.
For.
Counselor Ludwig.
Four.
Counselor Mangini. Counselor Nasuda.
For.
Mayor Nelson.
For.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
For.
Counselor Santinella.
For.
Counselor Ungary.
For.
Counselor Sakala.
For.
Counselor Crissati.
For.
Counselor Finger.
For.
10 in favor, none against, no abstentions.
Beautiful. Any other business proper to come before the council?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Bob.
yeah, through the mayor to the town manager, I do have one question, and it just popped up, and I'm just looking at the flags. Is the flag of Enfield exempt from this? So we cannot fly the flag of Enfield on this flag policy. Okay. Yeah, because I just thought of it, because I think we fly a town of Enfield flag along with the state of Connecticut and the U.S. flag.
Where?
What's that?
What's the governmental flag? Or government, doesn't say.
I think we do have a town of Enfield flag.
The resolution was specific as to the flags.
Yeah.
It's a governmental flag.
I would like to
Well, if
advise and get back to you because
yeah.
the resolution was extremely specific, and you may need to amend it if in fact that's what you want. But that's off the top of my head. I prefer to take another look at the Supreme Court decision to see whether in fact you can imply a town flag that you didn't say when you in fact passed the amended resolution itself.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Do you know that's the longest I've ever gone to any meeting without speaking? This is since 5:30.
Well, you have to blame
It's unbelievable.
the mayor because he forgot to ask, is there a town attorney report?
Well, I'll have a report next time.
We didn't
Thank
pass
you.
policy and procedures yet, so there is no town attorney report.
Well, it should
Next
go on there
meeting
with
there
the-
will
with
be.
But thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay. Public communication, anyone willing to speak? Nikki?
Oh, I gotta get my timer.
Nikki Price, 1324 Enfield Street. Several council members stated that the public sees you as an infighting body and in that we need to change the perception. And Councilman Mayor Nelson, I think when you stated at the time of the first meeting that you guys had after the election, and you said that you wanted to incorporate back into the system the community conversations, I think it's a great idea because what happens is it's not containing this strict format. It's a back and forth with each other. And I think as opening conversations with the public, I think the public will understand your positions a lot more. And this way we can have a give and take of questions. In other words, if something comes up, we can ask the question back, you can answer it, then you can ask us questions saying, why are you for this, against this? And I just think that you should consider after budget season, I know you're busy. So, thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Anyone else? Seeing none.
Motion to adjourn.
Councilman Communications.
Oh, that's right.
Seeing none, now I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I can't make the motion.
Why can't you?
Motion's made, second. All in favor?
Aye.